Hello everyone, and welcome back to Midnight Horror. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. I was sitting alone in my living room, the soft glow of the television flickering against the walls. The house was quiet, the only sounds coming from the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. I had been home for hours, settling into my usual evening routine, enjoying the solitude. The warmth of my blanket and the low hum of the TV made me feel safe. But that feeling didn't last long. I heard it a whisper, soft and deliberate, my name spoken just behind me. The sound was faint, barely more than a breath, but unmistakable. A chill ran down my spine as I froze in place, my body suddenly rigid with fear. My heart pounded in my chest as I forced myself to turn around, my breath catching in my throat. There was no one there. The room was empty, just as it had been moments before. I swallowed hard, scanning every shadowed corner, my eyes darting toward the hallway that led to the rest of the house. The silence that followed was deafening, pressing in on me like an invisible weight. I told myself it had been my imagination, maybe just the wind outside or a trick of my tired mind. But something about the whisper had felt too real, too intentional. I reached for the remote, turning down the volume of the TV, straining to hear anything else. The house was still, the only sound my own uneasy breathing. Shaking my head, I tried to push the fear away. I was being ridiculous. Maybe I had dozed off for a second and imagined it. I grabbed my phone, checking the time, trying to distract myself from the lingering unease. But the feeling of being watched refused to leave me. I decided to get up, stretching my stiff legs and walking toward the kitchen for a glass of water. As I moved, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was behind me, just out of sight. My steps slowed as I reached the doorway, glancing over my shoulder once more. Still, nothing. Filling my glass, I took a slow sip, trying to steady my nerves. Maybe I needed to call it a night, get some sleep. But just as I was about to turn back toward the living room, I heard it again. A whisper, closer this time, right at my ear. My name, drawn out slowly, almost teasing. I spun around so fast I nearly dropped my glass. My heart slammed against my ribs as my eyes darted around the empty kitchen. My hands were trembling now, my breath shallow. I wasn't imagining it. Someone or something was here. The air around me felt heavy, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. My skin prickled with goosebumps as I took a cautious step back toward the living room. I didn't want to stay in the kitchen, but I also didn't want to go back to where I had first heard the whisper. I felt trapped, my mind racing with possibilities. I reached for my phone again, my fingers hovering over the screen. Who would I even call? The police? What would I tell them that I heard a whisper in an empty house? They would think I was crazy. I forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to think rationally. I needed to check the house. I didn't want to, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't make sure I was truly alone. My legs felt heavy as I made my way down the hallway, peeking into each room. My bedroom, empty. The bathroom, undisturbed. The guest room, just as I had left it. But as I turned back toward the living room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The blanket I had been wrapped in was no longer on the couch. It had been moved now, draped over the back of the chair across the room. My stomach twisted as fear clawed at my chest. I knew for a fact that I hadn't put it there. My hands were shaking as I took a step closer, my pulse thundering in my ears. I reached out hesitantly, gripping the edge of the fabric. It was still warm, as if someone had just been holding it. I dropped it immediately, stumbling back. I had to get out of there. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to run. I turned toward the front door, my hands fumbling with the lock. But just as I reached for the handle, I felt an icy breath against the back of my neck. A whisper, so close it sent a jolt of terror through me. I yanked the door open, stepping out onto the porch, my chest heaving. The cool night air hit me like a wave, but I didn't care. I couldn't stay inside. My hands trembled as I pulled my phone from my pocket, debating whether to call someone. But what would I even say? I turned back toward the house, my eyes scanning the windows, half expecting to see something staring back at me. The living room light flickered once, then steadied. I swallowed hard, my pulse refusing to slow. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't going back inside. I sat on the porch for what felt like hours, my eyes locked on the front door, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The house remained still, silent. The whisper hadn't returned, but its presence still lingered in my mind, a weight I couldn't shake. Eventually, exhaustion took over, but I refused to step back inside until daylight. When the first hints of morning sun broke over the horizon, I finally gathered the courage to re-enter. Everything was exactly as I had left it. The blanket still draped over the chair, the air still thick with unease. I packed a bag that morning, deciding I needed to stay somewhere else for a while. I didn't care if I sounded paranoid, I wasn't taking any chances. As I locked the door behind me, I hesitated for a moment, listening. The house was silent. But as I turned to walk away, I heard it one last time, drifting from just inside the door. My name, whispered so softly it could have been the wind, but I knew better. Story 2. I was exhausted from a long day and ready to crawl into bed. The house was quiet, save for the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, brushing my teeth, I felt an odd sense of unease. Something about my reflection felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I shook the thought away, chalking it up to tiredness. After rinsing my mouth, I reached for a towel to wipe my face. That's when I noticed it. My reflection lagged behind my movements, just for a fraction of a second. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, staring at the mirror. I lifted my hand slowly, and for a moment everything seemed normal again. But the lingering sense of wrongness sent a chill down my spine. I blinked, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. When I opened my eyes, my reflection was perfectly in sync with me again. I let out a shaky breath, feeling foolish for getting worked up over nothing. Maybe I was just too tired to process things correctly. With that thought, I turned off the bathroom light and walked to my bedroom, trying to ignore the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. As I pulled the blankets over me, I couldn't shake the image of my delayed reflection. The way it hesitated, as if it had been thinking independently, unsettled me. I turned onto my side, squeezing my eyes shut. It was just a trick of the light, or maybe my own exhaustion playing tricks on me. I told myself there was no reason to be afraid. But sleep didn't come easily. I kept tossing and turning, my mind replaying the moment over and over. Eventually, curiosity got the best of me. I sat up and glanced toward the bathroom, the door slightly ajar. The darkness beyond it seemed deeper than usual, almost inviting. Against my better judgment, I slid out of bed and tiptoed toward the mirror. Flipping the light back on, I stood in front of the mirror again. My reflection stared back, expression neutral. I lifted a hand and waved. It followed perfectly. I tilted my head, watching closely for any sign of lag. Nothing. Just my own face staring back at me. I let out a breath, relieved that it had been my imagination after all. Just as I turned to leave, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. My reflection was still facing the mirror, its head slowly turning back to look at me. My blood ran cold. I hadn't moved, but my reflection had. My breath caught in my throat as I locked eyes with myself or whatever was in the mirror. I took a step back, heart pounding. My reflection smiled. Not a natural, friendly smile, but something stretched too wide, something that didn't belong to me. My legs felt frozen in place as terror coursed through me. The smile faded, and my reflection lifted a hand, waving at me. I hadn't moved at all. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet. The light flickered, and for a split second, the reflection blurred, distorting like a rippling surface of water. When the light stabilized, everything was back to normal. My reflection stood still, mirroring me exactly again. My chest heaved with ragged breaths as I forced myself to step closer, my fingers gripping the edge of the sink. "Just my imagination," I whispered, my voice shaking. My reflection's lips moved at the same time, but something still felt off. I reached up and touched my face, watching my mirrored self do the same. Everything seemed fine. I let out a nervous laugh, shaking my head at myself. I turned away from the mirror and flipped the light off. As I stepped into my bedroom, I caught one last glance at the mirror from the doorway. My reflection was still standing there, even though I had already walked away. My breath hitched, and I slammed the door shut, my heart racing wildly in my chest. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin, my hands trembling. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. I must have been overtired, my brain making things up in the dim light. But even as I closed my eyes, I could still picture that eerie, unnatural smile staring back at me. Sleep didn't come easy that night. The next morning, I avoided the mirror completely. I got dressed without looking at it, brushed my teeth while staring at the sink, and hurried out of the house. I spent the entire day trying to push the memory away, convincing myself it had been a hallucination. By the time I got home that evening, I had almost convinced myself it was just stress and exhaustion. Still, I hesitated before entering the bathroom. The mirror stood there, innocent and ordinary. I took a deep breath and forced myself to look. My reflection was normal. No lagging, no eerie smiles, no strange movements. Just me. I laughed at myself for being so paranoid. That night, as I got ready for bed, I faced the mirror one last time. I moved my hands, turned my head, blinked. Everything was perfectly synchronized. Relief washed over me. I turned off the light and walked toward my bed, finally ready to sleep. But just as I slipped under the covers, I heard a soft sound from the bathroom. A whisper. Faint, almost too quiet to hear, but unmistakable. My name. My blood turned to ice. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself not to move. Then, the whisper came again. Closer this time. I turned my head toward the bathroom door, barely able to breathe. The door was still shut, but the sound of something shifting on the other side made my stomach drop. My fingers gripped the blanket tightly as I lay completely still. A moment of silence passed, stretching on unbearably. Then the bathroom door creaked open ever so slightly. Just a crack. My breath caught in my throat. And then I heard it. The sound of something stepping onto the floor. I didn't move. I didn't dare breathe. The air in the room felt heavy, thick with something unseen. I wanted to run, to turn on the light, to do anything, but fear held me in place. Then, the whisper came again, so close it felt like it was right next to my ear. Still watching. Story 3. My phone buzzed on the table, and I glanced at the screen. It was my best friend calling, which wasn't unusual, but something about it made me hesitate before answering. When I picked up, there was nothing but static on the other end. I said their name a few times, but there was no response, just a faint crackling sound that sent a chill down my spine. I pulled the phone away from my ear and checked the screen, but the call had already disconnected. Confused, I tried calling back, but it went straight to voicemail. Maybe it was just a bad connection, I thought. Just as I was about to put my phone down, a notification popped up for a new voicemail. I clicked on it, expecting to hear my friend's voice explaining the dropped call. Instead, the message started with complete silence. Then, slowly, I heard breathing deep, steady, and unmistakably mine. My stomach twisted as I realized what I was listening to. It was my own breathing, as if someone had recorded me without my knowledge. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and I replayed the voicemail, hoping I had misheard. But there it was again, my breathing, followed by a faint clicking noise before the message cut off. My hands felt clammy as I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I had been alone in my apartment the entire evening, and my phone had been right next to me. I called my best friend again, this time determined to get an answer. After several rings, they finally picked up. "Hey, did you just call me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. They hesitated before responding. No, I haven't touched my phone in the last hour. My blood ran cold at their words. I explained what had happened, and my friend tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a glitch, or maybe someone spoofed my number. I wanted to believe that, but the voicemail didn't make sense. If it was just a prank, how did they get a recording of my breathing? My friend offered to come over, but I told them it was fine. I just needed to calm down and figure this out. After hanging up, I locked my doors and checked the apartment. Every window was closed, every door secured. There was no sign that anyone had been inside. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. Maybe it was a technical glitch. Maybe my phone had somehow recorded itself. I didn't know, but I wanted to believe there was a logical explanation. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but I couldn't stop glancing at my phone. The voicemail sat there in my inbox like a taunt. I played it one more time, turning the volume all the way up. As the breathing played, I focused on the faint background noise. There was something else buried beneath the static, something barely audible. It almost sounded like a whisper. I grabbed my headphones and played it again, this time concentrating on the hidden sound. It was faint, distorted, but I could make out a few syllables. My name. Someone had whispered my name just before the message ended. I ripped the headphones off and dropped my phone, my heart hammering in my chest. This wasn't a glitch. Someone had been there close enough to record me. I turned on every light in my apartment, checking every corner, every closet. Nothing. I even looked outside my windows, scanning the darkened street below. There was no one there, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. I shut the blinds, double-checked the locks, and sat on my couch, phone in hand, unsure of what to do next. Minutes passed, then an hour. My phone remained silent. Just as I started convincing myself that it had to be some kind of cruel joke, the screen lit up again. Another call from my best friend's number. My breath caught in my throat. I hesitated before answering, my hand shaking slightly as I pressed the button. Again, static. But this time it wasn't empty. Beneath the crackling noise there was a faint, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was breathing. Not mine, but someone else's. Slow, deliberate, and far too close. My stomach churned as I realized what I was hearing. Someone was on the other end, listening. I hung up immediately, my fingers trembling. My phone buzzed again. this time with another voicemail notification. I didn't want to listen to it, but I knew I had to. My pulse pounded in my ears as I pressed play. The message was short, only a few seconds long. At first, it was just the same breathing, but then right before it ended, I heard a voice. A whisper, low and chilling. "I see you." My blood ran cold. My body locked up in fear, and for a moment I couldn't move. Someone was playing with me, taunting me. I shot up from the couch and grabbed my keys. I wasn't staying here another second. I threw on my jacket, grabbed my bag, and bolted for the door. I drove straight to my best friend's house, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly they ached. When I arrived, I practically ran to the door, knocking frantically until they answered. They took one look at me and pulled me inside. I told them everything, my voice shaky as I recounted the calls and the voicemails. They didn't know what to say. We should call the police, they finally suggested. But what could I even report? That someone had called me from my best friend's number and left a voicemail of my own breathing. That a whisper had told me they could see me. I wasn't sure the police would take it seriously. Still, we decided to file a report. The officer who took my statement was polite but skeptical. They checked my call logs, noted the voicemails, and suggested I block the number, even though it was my best friend's. They told me to be cautious, but there wasn't much they could do unless something else happened. That night I slept at my friend's house, but I barely got any rest. Every noise, every shadow made my skin crawl. My phone remained silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had called wasn't finished. As I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, I kept thinking about that last message. "I see you. I see you." Somewhere out there, someone had been watching, and I had no idea who they were or when they would reach out again. Story 4. I pulled into my driveway late that evening, exhausted from a long shift at work. The night was still, the only sound being the low hum of crickets in the distance. As I stepped out of my car, I noticed something strange. Every single light in my house was on. I distinctly remembered turning them off before I left that morning. A chill crept up my spine as I walked toward the front door. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but there were no signs of forced entry. The door was locked, just as I had left it. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether I should go inside or call the police. Taking a deep breath, I slid my key into the lock and slowly pushed the door open. The bright glow from the lights flooded the entryway, making everything feel unnaturally sterile. I stepped inside cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The living room was exactly how I had left it, aside from the lights. The furniture was undisturbed, and nothing seemed out of place. Still, an uneasy feeling settled over me, like I was being watched. I checked the windows, making sure they were all locked. They were. I moved through the house room by room, checking for any signs of intrusion. The kitchen was untouched, the bedroom exactly as I had left it, the bathroom door slightly ajar. Every light was blazing, but there was no indication that anyone had been there. It didn't make sense. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Maybe I had been in a hurry that morning and simply forgot to turn the lights off. But I knew that wasn't true. I was always meticulous about locking up and conserving electricity. The thought that someone had been in my house, walking through my rooms, turning on the lights, made my skin crawl. I grabbed a kitchen knife, just in case, and continued my search. The closet doors were all shut, but I forced myself to check inside each one. Empty. I crouched down and peeked under the bed, half expecting to see something or someone staring back at me, but there was nothing. Still, the feeling of unease wouldn't leave me. I sat on the edge of my bed, gripping the knife tightly. My phone was still in my pocket. and I debated calling the police. But what would I tell them? That someone had turned on my lights and then left without taking anything. There was no proof of a break-in, and I didn't want to sound paranoid. I decided to check the security camera footage instead. I pulled up the app on my phone, my fingers trembling slightly. The cameras covered the front and back doors as well as the living room. I scrolled through the footage, my eyes scanning for anything unusual. At first, everything looked normal. The house had been dark all day, just as I had left it. Then, at precisely 8:43 p.m., the lights flickered on all at once. My stomach twisted. The timestamp was only an hour before I got home. I rewound the footage and watched closely. There was no sign of anyone entering the house. No movement, no shadows, nothing. The lights simply turned on by themselves. That wasn't possible. A cold sweat broke out on my skin. Maybe there was a wiring issue. A power surge? But I knew that was unlikely. Even if a surge had occurred, it wouldn't have turned on every light in the house so perfectly. Something was wrong. My grip on the knife tightened as I glanced around the room, suddenly hyper-aware of every sound. Then a noise. A soft creak from the hallway. My breath hitched as I slowly turned my head toward the open bedroom door. The hallway was empty, but I knew what I had heard. I stood up cautiously, my pulse hammering in my ears. Step by step, I moved toward the door, my muscles tensed, ready to react. Another sound, this time from the living room. It was faint, almost imperceptible, like the rustle of fabric. I gritted my teeth and stepped out into the hallway, my knife raised. The air felt heavier, as if something unseen was pressing down on me. I forced myself forward, rounding the corner into the living room. The lights flickered. My breath caught in my throat. The couch was exactly as I had left it, the coffee table undisturbed. But something felt different. The air was colder here, a sharp contrast to the warmth of my bedroom. I swallowed hard and scanned the room, my eyes landing on the security camera mounted near the ceiling. I lifted my phone and switched the live feed back on. My heart nearly stopped. On the screen, standing just behind me, was a shadowy figure. My blood ran cold. I spun around, my knife slashing through the air, but there was nothing there. The room was empty. I turned back to my phone, my hands shaking as I replayed the last few seconds. The figure was gone. I backed up against the wall, my breathing shallow. This wasn't just a break-in. This was something else entirely. I didn't care how irrational it seemed. I needed to get out of that house. I grabbed my keys and bolted for the front door, my mind screaming at me to move faster. The moment I stepped outside, the oppressive weight lifted from my chest. I stood on the porch, gasping for air. The house loomed behind me, its windows glowing like empty eyes. I wanted to believe I had imagined it, that my mind had been playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. That whatever had turned on the lights had been waiting for me. I didn't go back inside that night. Instead, I drove to a nearby motel, locking the door behind me as soon as I checked in. I spent the night staring at my phone, replaying the footage over and over again. The figure had been there. I hadn't imagined it. And the worst part, the last frame of the video showed the lights in my house turning off one by one. Story 5. I had lived in my house for years, long enough to know every creak in the floor and every drafty window. The basement had always been a storage space, cluttered with old boxes, forgotten furniture, and tools I rarely used. I never thought much about it until the day I decided to reorganize. I had been pushing an old shelf against the far wall when something strange happened. The shelf moved more easily than I expected, almost as if it had been on wheels. When I pulled it back farther, I noticed something unusual, a faint outline of a door in the wall. My heart pounded as I ran my fingers along the edges. It was hidden well, blending seamlessly with the surrounding concrete. I hesitated, wondering why I had never noticed it before. Curiosity got the better of me, and I pressed against the panel. To my shock, the wall gave way slightly, revealing a small, narrow gap. I grabbed a flashlight from the workbench and shined it into the opening. The air inside smelled stale, like dust, and time itself had been trapped within for years. Slowly, I pushed the hidden door open and stepped inside. The room was small, barely big enough to stand in without feeling claustrophobic. Cobwebs stretched across the corners, and a thick layer of dust coated the floor. My flashlight flickered over the walls, and that's when I saw them old photographs pinned haphazardly to the wood. I stepped closer, brushing off the dust, and my stomach dropped. Every single picture was of me. They weren't just random snapshots. They were photos from my childhood, some I recognized from old family albums, others I had never seen before. There was one of me on my 6th birthday, holding up a toy car with a grin. Another showed me sitting on the front porch of this very house, my face turned away as if I hadn't noticed the camera. My hands trembled as I picked up one that had fallen to the floor. It was a picture of me sleeping in my childhood bedroom. The angle suggested it had been taken from inside the room, close enough to capture every detail of my face. A cold chill ran down my spine. Who had taken these? And why were they hidden in a secret room in my own basement? My breathing grew shallow as I backed away, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. I turned my attention to the rest of the room, hoping for some explanation. In the corner, there was a small wooden chair, its surface worn and splintered with age. A tattered blanket lay draped over it, as if someone had once sat there for long periods of time. Beside it, an old, rusted tin box sat on the floor. My fingers trembled as I pried it open. Inside were more photographs, but these were different. They were older, yellowed with time, and they weren't of me. They were of my parents, taken decades ago when they were young. Some showed them outside the house, others inside, laughing and completely unaware of the camera capturing their every move. A few had been cut in half, as if someone had deliberately removed a person from the frame. A deep unease settled in my chest. This house had belonged to my family for generations. If these pictures had been hidden away for so long, that meant someone had been watching us for years. I glanced around the room again, feeling as though I was being watched even now. My skin crawled at the thought of someone standing here, in this very spot, taking these pictures in secret. I needed answers. I grabbed a handful of the photographs and took them upstairs, determined to call my parents and ask if they knew anything about this hidden room. As I reached the top of the basement stairs, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, my hands still shaking, and looked at the screen. A message flashed across it. "You shouldn't have found that." My blood ran cold. I whipped around, staring into the darkened basement, my breath coming in quick gasps. The room had been sealed, untouched for what looked like decades. But someone knew I had found it. My fingers fumbled to lock the basement door, my mind racing with the impossibility of it all. I dialed my mother's number, pressing the phone tightly against my ear as I paced the kitchen. It rang several times before she finally answered. "Hey, sweetheart," she said, her voice warm and familiar. "What's wrong? You sound shaken." I took a deep breath, trying to steady my voice. "Mom, did you or Dad ever know about a hidden room in the basement, behind the far wall?" There was a long silence on the other end. Too long. "What did you find?" she finally asked, her voice quieter now. "Photographs," I said. "Of me. Of you and Dad. Someone's been watching us, Mom. Someone's been in this house. A sharp inhale came through the phone. Get out of the house, she whispered. Now. The urgency in her voice sent a wave of panic through me. Mom, what's going on? I demanded. Tell me the truth. I can't explain right now, she said, her voice shaking. But if you found that room, you're not safe. Leave and don't go back until I call you. A noise echoed from the basement, soft, deliberate, like a footstep against the old wooden floor. My breath hitched as I turned toward the locked door. Someone was down there. I clutched the phone tighter. Mom, someone's in the basement. Get out, she cried. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my keys, bolted for the front door, and yanked it open. The cool evening air hit my face as I stumbled onto the porch. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst. I ran to my car, locking the doors the second I got inside. My hands were still trembling as I started the engine. As I pulled away, I glanced back at the house one last time. The basement window was dark, but for the briefest moment, I thought I saw movement. A shadow shifting behind the glass, watching me leave. I pressed my foot harder on the gas, not daring to look back again. My phone buzzed one more time. Another message appeared on the screen. You should have stayed out of the basement. Now it's too late. Story 6. I was staying at my friend's house for the weekend, just the two of us in her family's old home. It was a large, creaky place with wooden floors that groaned under the slightest movement. We had spent the evening watching movies in her room before she dozed off, leaving me awake. I wasn't tired yet, so I lay in bed scrolling through my phone, the only light in the room coming from the screen. As I lay there, I suddenly heard laughter coming from downstairs. It was faint at first, just a soft giggle, but then it grew louder. I recognized it immediately. It sounded exactly like my friend. I turned toward her, expecting to see her sitting up, maybe playing a prank on me. But she was still fast asleep, her breathing slow and steady, completely undisturbed. Confused, I sat up and listened more closely. The laughter continued, light and playful, echoing from the darkened house below. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to make sense of it. If my friend was asleep beside me, then who was laughing downstairs? My first thought was that maybe her parents had come home early, but she had told me they wouldn't be back until the next morning. I hesitated before climbing out of bed, my bare feet touching the cool wooden floor. I didn't want to wake my friend if it was nothing, but the laughter didn't stop. If anything, it sounded like whoever was downstairs was enjoying some private joke, completely at ease. I stepped toward the bedroom door, pressing my ear against it, hoping to hear something that would explain what was happening. The laughter suddenly cut off, leaving the house in unsettling silence. I held my breath, waiting, but there was nothing. The sudden quiet was almost worse than the sound itself. I felt a deep unease settle over me, but I forced myself to move. If someone was in the house, I needed to know. I slowly turned the doorknob and stepped into the hallway. The house was dark except for the faint glow of a nightlight in the hall. I moved carefully, my heartbeat quickening as I made my way to the staircase. Every step I took creaked beneath me, and I winced at how loud the sound seemed in the quiet. I paused at the top of the stairs, peering down into the darkness below. The living room was empty, the furniture sitting in shadowed stillness. There was no sign of anyone. I descended the stairs, gripping the railing tightly, feeling more exposed with each step. When I reached the bottom, I turned toward the living room, my eyes scanning the space. The television was off, the couch was undisturbed, and everything looked exactly as it had when we had gone upstairs. But the laughter had been so clear, so real. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I stepped into the kitchen, flicking on the light, the brightness momentarily blinding me. Nothing. The back door was locked, and the windows were shut. I checked the small dining area, the pantry, even the laundry room. No one was there. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, my mind racing. If someone had been downstairs, they would have had to leave through the front door, and I would have heard it. A sudden creak from the living room made me spin around, my heart pounding. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to step back into the darkened space. The air felt heavier, like something unseen was lingering just out of reach. I listened for any sign of movement, but there was only silence. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Slowly, I backed away, deciding I had seen enough. I turned and hurried up the stairs, not daring to look back. My skin prickled with the sensation of being watched, but I refused to stop. When I reached my friend's room, I slipped inside and shut the door quietly behind me. She was still asleep, completely unaware of my growing fear. I climbed back into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin, trying to shake the uneasy feeling. I told myself that maybe I had been half asleep and imagined it. That maybe the house's old pipes had made a noise that sounded like laughter. But deep down, I knew better. I had heard it too clearly, and it had sounded just like my friend. I lay awake for what felt like hours, listening for any more sounds from downstairs. The house remained quiet, but that didn't bring me any comfort. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. My dreams were restless, filled with echoes of laughter and dark figures standing just out of sight. The next morning, I woke to the sound of my friend moving around the room. Sunlight streamed through the window, making the events of the night before feel distant, almost unreal. I sat up slowly, my body still tense from the lingering fear. My friend turned to me with a sleepy smile. "You okay? You look like you didn't sleep well." I hesitated before telling her everything. As I recounted the laughter, the feeling of being watched, the empty rooms downstairs, her expression slowly changed. At first, she looked amused, like she thought I was messing with her. But then her smile faded, and something else crossed her face, something that looked almost like recognition. "That's weird," she finally said, rubbing her arms as if she were cold. "Because when I was little, I used to hear that too." My stomach dropped as I stared at her. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice quieter than I intended. She shrugged, looking uncomfortable. "Sometimes at night, I'd hear someone laughing downstairs. It always sounded like my mom. But when I checked, she was asleep. My parents told me it was just the house settling, but I never really believed them." A chill ran through me, my skin prickling at her words. "Has it happened recently?" I asked, dreading the answer. She shook her head. "Not for a long time. I figured I had just imagined it as a kid." She paused, looking at me carefully. "But if you heard it too," she trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished, but we both knew what she meant. Neither of us said much after that. We spent the rest of the morning pretending everything was normal, but the weight of the previous night lingered between us. When her parents returned later that day, I was relieved. I left soon after, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief as I stepped outside into the sunlight. That night, when I was back in my own bed, I kept replaying the laughter in my head. The sound had been so real, so close, and the fact that my friend had heard it before only made it worse. Whatever had been downstairs that night hadn't just been my imagination. It had been something else. Something that had been there for years, waiting in the dark. Story 7. Every time I opened my front door, a chill would sweep through the room. It didn't make sense because my thermostat was always set to a comfortable temperature. The air outside wasn't particularly cold either, but the moment the door swung open, a strange, biting cold seeped into the house. At first I assumed it was just a draft, but no matter how many times I checked, I couldn't find the source. I ran my hands along the edges of the door frame, feeling for gaps where air might be sneaking in. Everything seemed tightly sealed. The locks were secure, the weather stripping was intact, and yet the cold persisted. It wasn't just a normal chill, it felt unnatural, like something creeping in from beyond the threshold. As the days passed, the feeling grew stronger. I started noticing that the chill wasn't just a passing sensation, it lingered. Even after I closed the door, the air in my home felt heavier, like something unseen had entered along with the cold. The feeling made my skin prickle, an unease settling deep in my chest. One evening I decided to test it. I opened the door just a crack and stood there, waiting. The chill wrapped around me instantly, seeping through my clothes and into my bones. I stepped outside, expecting to feel the same coldness, but the air outside was perfectly normal. It was only inside that the temperature felt wrong. I called my landlord to ask if there had been any issues with the heating or insulation in the past. He sounded confused, assuring me that the building was in perfect condition. No previous tenants had ever complained about anything like this. If anything, he said, the apartment was known for holding heat well. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about the cold and what it could mean. The rational part of my mind told me it was just an issue with airflow, something that could be fixed with a little maintenance. But deep down, I felt like it was something else, something I couldn't explain. Every time I opened the door, it felt like an invitation to something unseen. A week later, I started noticing another oddity. The cold wasn't just confined to the doorway anymore, it had begun spreading. The living room felt colder than the rest of the apartment, even though the vents were working fine. Then my bedroom started to feel it too. I would wake up in the middle of the night shivering, despite being wrapped in blankets. I checked the thermostat again and again, but it was always set at the same temperature. I even replaced the batteries, thinking it might be malfunctioning, but nothing changed. The air felt heavier, thicker, like something unseen was pressing down on me. I started avoiding the front door as much as possible, using the back entrance instead. But even then, the feeling of being watched never left me. One evening, as I was locking up, I felt a sudden drop in temperature behind me. My breath fogged up in the air, even though the thermostat read 72 degrees. I turned around, heart pounding, but the room was empty. The sensation passed after a few moments, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. I decided to do some research on the apartment building, wondering if there was some history I wasn't aware of. The records were sparse, but I managed to find an old newspaper article mentioning a man who had gone missing from this very unit decades ago. His body was never found, and the case remained unsolved. The article mentioned that neighbors often reported strange occurrences in the weeks leading up to his disappearance: cold spots, flickering lights, and an overwhelming sense of dread. The discovery sent a chill down my spine, colder than anything I had felt before. I tried to rationalize that old buildings have history, and strange things happen all the time. But the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. The cold, the weight in the air, the feeling of something just beyond my vision, it all lined up with what the article described. That night, I left the light on as I slept. The cold seemed to press in from all sides, wrapping around me like an unseen force. I dreamed of standing at my front door, staring into an endless void of darkness. Something moved in that darkness, shifting just beyond my sight. When I woke up, my bedroom door was slightly open, though I knew I had closed it before bed. I couldn't stay in the apartment much longer. The chill had become unbearable, and the sense of unease was constant. I reached out to a friend who had experience with paranormal investigations, hoping for some kind of explanation. When he arrived, he immediately noticed the cold, even before I mentioned it. He walked through the apartment, stopping at the front door with a deep frown. "There's something here," he said quietly. "It's not just cold, it's something else. It feels attached to this place." He suggested a cleansing, something to rid the apartment of whatever was lingering there. I was skeptical, but at that point I was willing to try anything. He lit some sage, walking through the rooms while murmuring under his breath. The air seemed to shift slightly, but the cold never fully left. I spent one last night in the apartment, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. But when I woke up, my front door was unlocked. I knew without a doubt that I had locked it the night before. The realization sent ice through my veins. Something had been inside. I packed my things that same day and moved out. My landlord was confused by my sudden departure, but I didn't care. I needed to leave before whatever was there decided I was staying too long. As I locked the door behind me for the last time, I felt that familiar chill one final time, as if something was watching me go. Even now, I still wonder what it was. Was it just an old building with strange drafts, or was there truly something lingering in that apartment? I may never know the answer, but one thing is certain: I'll never forget the feeling of that cold creeping in every time I opened the door. Story 8. It was a chilly afternoon when I decided to stop by a small cafe near my apartment. The place was cozy, filled with the scent of fresh coffee and baked goods. Soft jazz played in the background, and the hum of quiet conversations created a soothing atmosphere. I ordered my usual drink, found a seat by the window, and pulled out my book, ready to enjoy a peaceful moment. As I flipped through the pages, I felt an odd sensation, like someone was watching me. It wasn't uncommon for people to glance at others in public places, but this felt different. It was an intense, unwavering stare that made my skin prickle. Slowly, I lifted my eyes and scanned the room, my gaze landing on a person sitting at the table across from me. They were looking directly at me, their eyes filled with something I couldn't quite place. Recognition, maybe. A deep familiarity that made my stomach twist. I didn't recognize them, yet their expression suggested they knew me. I held their gaze for a moment, waiting for some sign of acknowledgement, but they just sat there motionless. Something about them unsettled me. They weren't doing anything threatening, just sitting there, staring, but the intensity of their expression made me uneasy. I glanced down at my book, pretending to read while my mind raced. Had I met this person before? Were they mistaking me for someone else? After a few seconds, I looked up again, but the seat was empty. My breath caught in my throat as confusion flooded my mind. The chair was still slightly pulled out, as if someone had been sitting there just moments ago. My eyes darted around the cafe, searching for them, but they were nowhere to be seen. I frowned, my heart pounding as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined it? That seemed unlikely. The feeling of their stare had been too real, too intense to be a trick of my mind. I turned to a nearby table where an older woman sat sipping her tea. "Excuse me," I said, my voice low. "Did you see the person sitting there just now?" She looked at me with mild curiosity, then glanced at the empty chair. "There was no one there, dear," she said. "I've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes, and that seat's been empty the whole time." A chill ran down my spine. That couldn't be right. I had seen them. I had felt their eyes on me. My fingers tightened around my book as I forced a small smile and nodded. "Right. Thanks." I turned back to my table, my pulse still racing. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself that maybe I had just been lost in thought and imagined the whole thing. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, the memory of their gaze lingered in my mind. The weight of it, the certainty that they knew me. It wasn't something I could easily shake. For the rest of the afternoon, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, checking the reflection in the window, scanning the faces of every person who walked into the cafe. But I never saw them again. After finishing my coffee, I packed up my things and left, though the unease followed me home like a shadow. That night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. The image of that person's face kept replaying in my mind. Something about their expression felt off, almost like they were trying to tell me something without speaking. But what? And why had they disappeared so suddenly? The next day, I returned to the cafe, half expecting to see them again, but everything was normal. The same barista behind the counter, the same cozy atmosphere, the same quiet murmur of conversations. The seat across from mine was empty, untouched. I sat down and ordered a coffee, my eyes drifting toward the entrance every time the door opened, but they never appeared. Days passed, and I started to convince myself that it had been some strange trick of the mind. Maybe I had been tired, or maybe my imagination had gotten the better of me. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The feeling had been too real. And then, something happened that made me question everything even more. I was walking home late one evening when I caught a glimpse of a familiar face in a shop window. My reflection stared back at me, but beside it, just over my shoulder, was the same person from the cafe. I spun around instantly, my heart hammering in my chest, but the street behind me was empty. A cold wave of fear washed over me as I turned back to the window. The figure was gone. My reflection was the only thing staring back at me now. My hands trembled as I took a step away, scanning the area, my breath coming in short, uneven gasps. I was sure of it now. I hadn't imagined them. They were real, or at least they had been. For the next few nights, I felt their presence everywhere. In the corner of my vision as I walked home, in the faint reflection of glass doors, in the way shadows seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. It was always just a glimpse, a fleeting moment, but I knew they were there. I stopped going to the cafe, stopped taking my usual routes home. I tried to shake the feeling, tried to tell myself it was just paranoia. But no matter how much I tried to ignore it, the sensation never left me. I wasn't alone. Something or someone was watching me. One night, I finally gathered the courage to speak aloud to the empty air of my apartment. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence answered me. I felt foolish, but I couldn't shake the sense that if I asked enough times, maybe I'd get a response. Then, a few nights later, I had a dream. I was sitting in the cafe again, my coffee growing cold as I stared across the table. The person was there, watching me just as they had before. But this time they spoke. "You forgot," they said, their voice low and distant. But I didn't. I woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. My breath came in ragged gasps as I tried to shake off the lingering haze of the dream. The words echoed in my mind, looping over and over. "You forgot." But I didn't. I still don't know what it means. I don't know who they were or why they keep appearing. But one thing is certain, I will never forget them again. Story 9. I woke up abruptly, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was dark, but something felt wrong, like a presence lingering in the shadows. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing at the foot of my bed, unmoving. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it, my body frozen in place. The figure was tall and slender, its features obscured by the darkness. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I could feel its gaze fixed on me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was this a dream? Sleep paralysis? But I could move my fingers, I could breathe, I was awake. I blinked, and in that instant, The figure was gone. My chest rose and fell in sharp, panicked breaths as I scanned the room. The dim glow of the street lamp outside cast faint shadows on the walls, but there was no sign of anyone there. I sat up slowly, straining my ears for any sound, any hint that I wasn't alone. The silence was deafening, pressing against me like a heavy weight. My blankets felt damp with sweat, and my hands trembled as I reached for my phone. The screen lit up, casting a pale glow across the room. It was 3:12 a.m. I hesitated before turning on the flashlight, my thumb hovering over the button. With a deep breath, I tapped it, and a beam of light cut through the darkness. I swept it across the room, checking every corner, every shadowed space where someone could be hiding. The closet door was shut, the windows locked. There was no sign that anyone had been here, but I knew what I had seen. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet touching the cold floor. Every instinct told me to run, to leave the room, but where would I go? I lived alone. There was no one else here. I forced myself to stand, my knees weak beneath me, and took slow, cautious steps toward the light switch. Licking it on, I let out a shaky breath as the room was bathed in warm light. Everything looked normal, exactly as I had left it before going to bed. The door was still locked, my belongings untouched, but the feeling remained, that lingering sense of being watched. I checked under the bed, inside the closet, even behind the curtains, but there was nothing. No footprints, no signs of intrusion, yet the fear gnawed at me, refusing to let go. I grabbed the small baseball bat I kept beside my nightstand, gripping it tightly as I debated what to do next. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was a trick of the light, my mind playing games with me in my half-asleep state. But the memory of those dark, unmoving eyes staring at me was too vivid to dismiss. I sat back on the bed, my back against the headboard, unwilling to turn off the lights. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind against the window made me flinch. I kept my phone in my lap, the flashlight app still open, as I forced myself to stay alert. Hours passed, and eventually exhaustion won. My eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. When morning came, the fear from the night before felt distant, almost unreal. Sunlight streamed through the window, chasing away the darkness that had held me captive. I tried to convince myself that it had been nothing, a nightmare, a hallucination born from exhaustion. But deep down, I knew better. I went about my day as usual, trying to push the memory aside. Work was a welcome distraction, keeping my mind occupied. But the moment I stepped back into my bedroom that night, the unease returned. I hesitated before turning off the lights, my heart racing as I climbed into bed. I told myself it wouldn't happen again, that whatever I had seen, if I had seen anything at all, was gone. But as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, the same feeling crept over me, the weight of unseen eyes watching. My pulse quickened, and I squeezed my eyes shut, willing sleep to take me. Hours passed in restless half-sleep, my body tense with anticipation. Then, a shift in the air. The room felt colder, heavier. I forced myself to open my eyes, my breath hitching in my throat. At the foot of my bed, the figure stood once more. This time I didn't blink. I didn't move. I could barely breathe. It was closer than before, its presence more solid, more real. The darkness around it seemed to shift, like a living shadow. My fingers twitched, aching to reach for my phone, my bat, anything. But I couldn't. A low, almost imperceptible sound filled the room, a whisper, too soft to understand. My skin prickled with fear as the figure leaned forward slightly. My body screamed at me to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed. Then, in an instant, it was gone. I shot up, gasping for air, my chest heaving. My hand fumbled for the lamp, flooding the room with light. I scrambled out of bed, heart hammering, as I checked every inch of my apartment. Nothing. No signs of entry, no explanation for what I had just seen. This wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a dream. Something was in my room. Something was watching me. I felt it in my bones, an undeniable truth that made my stomach churn. I grabbed my keys and left, unable to spend another second in that apartment. I checked into a hotel that night, desperate for sleep in a place that felt safe. But as I lay in the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling, a thought crept into my mind. What if it wasn't the apartment? What if it was following me? The idea sent a shiver down my spine. I buried my face in the pillow, trying to silence the fear clawing at my mind. But no matter how much I tried to ignore it, one thing was certain. I wasn't alone. And I didn't know if I ever would be again. Story 10. The package arrived on a Tuesday afternoon, a plain brown box with no return address. At first, I assumed it was something I had ordered and forgotten about. I carried it inside, setting it on the kitchen table before grabbing a knife to cut the tape. As soon as I lifted the lid, I saw an envelope resting on top of something else inside. Curious, I picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with 3 words typed in bold letters, "I see you." A chill ran down my spine as I stared at the message. My first thought was that it had to be a prank, but something about the simplicity of it made my stomach tighten with unease. I hesitated before reaching back into the box. Beneath the envelope was a stack of photographs. I flipped through them, my breath catching in my throat as I recognized myself in each one. The first showed me leaving my apartment that morning. The second captured me at the coffee shop, sipping my drink while scrolling through my phone. The last one was the worst. It showed me walking to my car just hours ago, the timestamp proving it had been taken earlier that day. My hands trembled as I set the photos down. Someone had been following me, watching me. I scanned the room as if expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. My front door was locked, the windows closed, but suddenly I felt exposed, like there were unseen eyes on me at that very moment. I grabbed my phone and dialed my best friend, hoping for some reassurance. When she answered, I tried to keep my voice steady as I explained what had happened. She was silent for a moment before asking if I had checked for hidden cameras in my apartment. The thought made my stomach turn, and I immediately began looking around, peering into corners and checking the air vents. I didn't find anything, but the paranoia had already set in. I decided to go to the police, bringing the package and its contents with me. The officer at the front desk listened to my story with mild concern, nodding as he jotted down notes. He examined the photographs and the letter, but without a return address or any clear threats, there wasn't much they could do. He advised me to stay alert and report anything suspicious. Leaving the station, I felt more unsettled than before. The police had been polite but unconvinced that I was in any real danger. I drove home, constantly checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a car following me. The streets were busy, but every passing stranger felt like a potential threat. That night, I double-checked every lock in my apartment and closed all the blinds. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every creak and distant sound made my heart pound. Sleep didn't come easily, and when it did, my dreams were filled with faceless figures standing just beyond my reach. The next morning, I decided to change my routine. I took a different route to work, avoiding the places shown in the photos. I kept my head down, walking quickly, my senses heightened to every movement around me. The paranoia was exhausting, but I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that I was still being watched. A few days passed, and nothing else happened. I started to convince myself that maybe it had been a one-time event. Maybe someone was playing a cruel joke. But then, another package arrived. This one was smaller. A plain white envelope slipped under my door. My stomach dropped as I picked it up, my fingers trembling. Inside was a single photograph. It showed me standing in my apartment, taken from outside my window. My heart pounded as I realized the implications. Whoever was watching me knew where I lived. I ran to the window and pulled back the curtain, scanning the street below. There were people walking by, cars parked along the curb, but no one seemed out of place. I called the police again, and this time they took me more seriously. An officer came to my apartment, looking around for any signs of forced entry or hidden cameras. He asked if I had any enemies or if I had noticed anyone suspicious lately. I couldn't think of anyone who would do this. The officer promised to have patrol cars keep an eye on the area and advised me to install security cameras. That night, I barely slept. I kept my phone close, checking it every few minutes. Around 3 a.m., I heard a noise outside my window. A soft rustling like footsteps on gravel. My heart pounded as I slowly got out of bed and crept toward the window. Peeking through the blinds, I saw a figure standing across the street, partially hidden by the shadows. They weren't moving, just standing there, facing my apartment. My breath caught in my throat as I backed away, my hands shaking. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator about the figure outside. Within minutes, flashing lights illuminated the street as a patrol car pulled up. By the time the officers arrived, the figure was gone. They searched the area but found nothing. I could tell they were skeptical, though they didn't say it outright. One of them suggested I stay with a friend for a few nights. I took the advice, packing a bag and heading to my best friend's place. For the next week, I avoided my apartment, only returning during the day to grab essentials. I installed security cameras inside and outside, hoping they would give me some peace of mind. But even with the added security, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me. Days turned into weeks, and the packages stopped coming. I started to feel a little more normal, though the fear never completely left. Every time I walked to my car, I looked over my shoulder. Every time my phone buzzed, my stomachs clenched, expecting another message. One night, as I was finally settling back into my apartment, my phone lit up with a new message. I hesitated before opening it. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the screen. It was another photo of me, taken just minutes ago, standing at my window. And below it, another message: I never left. Story 11. I've lived in my apartment for years, and for the most part, it's always felt like a safe, quiet place. The kind of place you can leave your things scattered around and never worry about it. But lately, I've noticed something strange. My things have been moved around when I come home, books out of place, a glass on the counter I'm sure I never left there, and even small items like keys or my wallet shifted just enough to make me question my memory. At first, I thought I was just being forgetful, but it kept happening, and it wasn't just a one-time thing. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, maybe a slight slip of the mind, but the nagging feeling didn't go away. One evening, I walked into my living room to find the cushions on my couch arranged differently, almost as if someone had been sitting there, adjusting everything. My heart started to race, and my mind couldn't shake the thought that someone had been inside while I was gone. The idea of someone invading my space, touching my things without permission, made me feel exposed and vulnerable. I couldn't just let this go on anymore. I decided tonight would be the night I stayed up to figure out who or what was behind this strange behavior. I had planned it out carefully, no distractions, no sleep. I was going to stay awake and watch, hiding in plain sight. I turned off the lights in my apartment, except for a small lamp in the corner, and settled into a chair near the door, my eyes darting around, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Every little creak of the floor made my heart jump, and I found myself holding my breath at every sound. The hours stretched on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The silence was almost unbearable, broken only by the occasional hum of the refrigerator or the distant sound of traffic outside. My mind started to wander, questioning everything. Was I overreacting? Was I imagining things? Maybe it was just my paranoia playing tricks on me. But then I remembered the way my things had been moved around, the strange sense of unease that lingered in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It was just after midnight when I heard the first sound of faint, almost imperceptible creak coming from the hallway. I froze, my body tense as I strained to hear more. The apartment was still, save for that small noise, but it was enough to make me sit up straighter. I watched the door to the kitchen carefully, knowing it led to the hallway and the back entrance. The thought that someone could be slipping in and out of my apartment while I wasn't home made my skin crawl. The next few minutes were agonizing. I didn't move, not even a twitch, too afraid that any sound I made would alert whoever was there. I sat motionless, staring at the kitchen door, waiting for any sign of movement. Then I heard it again, this time louder. The unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft but deliberate, echoing in the quiet apartment. My breath caught in my throat, and I tried to steady myself, telling myself not to panic. I waited until the sound stopped before I moved, my eyes scanning every corner of the room, every shadow that seemed to stretch unnaturally in the dim light. I had to find out who was here, who had been coming into my apartment. Slowly, I crept toward the kitchen, each step feeling like it took forever. I reached the doorframe, my hand trembling as I peered around it, my eyes flicking across the empty space. No one was there. The kitchen was as still as it had been when I left it earlier in the day. But as I turned to go back into the living room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The door to my bedroom, which I had left slightly ajar, was now wide open. My heart raced in my chest, and I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself before I entered. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, maybe nothing, maybe someone standing there, watching. I took a slow step forward, each movement measured and cautious, afraid of what I might discover. As I stepped into the room, the air felt different. It was colder than usual, and there was a faint smell, something faintly metallic. I switched on the light, scanning the room, and that's when I saw it. My dresser drawer was open, a few of my clothes half hanging out. My first instinct was to rush forward and close it, but something stopped me. My mind was racing, trying to piece together what was happening. No one had been in here before, not like this. The drawer had been shut when I left. I slowly walked to the drawer, feeling the weight of each step. When I reached it, I noticed something strange, an envelope, tucked inside with a small note. I hesitated for a moment, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I opened it, my fingers shaking as I unfolded the paper. The note was simple, just a few words scribbled hastily. I know you're awake. My stomach dropped. I felt as if the room was closing in on me. Someone had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to slip in and leave this message. I wanted to scream, to run out of the apartment, but I couldn't. I had to know who this was. I had to find out if they were still here. I checked the rest of the apartment, my mind running wild with possibilities. Was this person hiding somewhere in the shadows? Had they left already? I walked from room to room, checking every closet, every corner. But no one was there. I was alone. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to breathe, to think that maybe I was safe. But then, just as I turned to leave my bedroom, I heard the unmistakable sound of the door behind me creaking shut. Story 12. I had always been a bit disorganized, but I didn't think much of it when I found an old notebook buried deep in the back of my desk drawer. It was a small, unassuming book with a worn leather cover and no markings. I figured it might be some forgotten journal from years ago, so I opened it, curious to see what might be inside. The moment I flipped the first page, something unsettling gripped me. The handwriting was neat, but it was not mine. The ink was fresh, as if written recently, yet I couldn't remember writing any of it. The first entry described a trip I had taken a month ago, a weekend getaway to a small cabin in the woods. It detailed everything, from the weather to the food I ate, down to the specific spot I had stood when I had taken a photo by the lake. How could anyone know this? As I read further, the details became even more intimate. It mentioned a conversation I had with my friend during that trip, one that I had completely forgotten about. It noted how I had laughed at a joke he made and how I had seemed distant later that night. My heart raced as I turned the pages, each entry more disturbing than the last. It was as though the writer had been right there with me, observing my every move, my every word. The entries didn't stop at just the trip. It seemed to go back months, recounting moments from my daily life. The time I had spilled coffee on my shirt during a morning meeting. The exact outfit I had worn when I bumped into an old acquaintance at the grocery store. It even detailed my habits, how I always took the same route home from work. How I would stop by the same coffee shop on Thursdays. Each page felt like an invasion of my privacy, an eerie collection of moments I had never shared with anyone. As I continued reading, a chilling realization settled in. The notebook described things that no one else could have known. There were specific thoughts I had in private, feelings I hadn't expressed to anyone, and moments of self-doubt I had never vocalized. It even mentioned a dream I had had just the night before, a dream so vivid and strange that I had made a mental note to forget about it. Yet here it was, detailed in the notebook as if the writer had been in my mind, watching my every thought. I flipped through more pages, trembling now, each entry revealing something more personal. There was a note about a conversation I had had with my sister a week ago, where I had confided in her about a recent struggle at work. The notebook recounted the exact words we exchanged, even the tone of our voices. How was this possible? Who was writing this? How did they know all of this? The thought of someone watching me, tracking my every move, made my skin crawl. I tried to reason with myself, telling myself it was just a strange coincidence. Maybe someone had been around me a lot, had overheard conversations, and had made educated guesses about my life. But deep down, I knew this wasn't the case. The details were too specific, too intimate. Whoever was writing this knew things no one could possibly know unless they were constantly watching me. As I reached the final pages, the entries became more unsettling. It started to describe things that hadn't happened yet, plans I had made, things I intended to do. It mentioned an upcoming meeting I had scheduled, including the exact time and location. There was no way the writer could have known about these events in advance. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. It was as though my future had already been written down, every step of my life mapped out in these pages. I slammed the notebook shut, my mind racing with questions. Who was behind this? Was someone stalking me? Had I been followed? I couldn't make sense of it. I thought about the places I had been, the people I had talked to, and the moments I had experienced. It felt like I was being suffocated by the thought that someone had been there the whole time, lurking in the shadows, observing me without my knowledge. The fear started to creep in. What if this person was still watching me? What if they knew more than what was written in the notebook? What if they were close, hiding somewhere nearby, waiting for the right moment to make their presence known? I tried to push the thoughts out of my head, but they clung to me like a dark cloud, growing heavier with each passing second. I needed to get rid of the notebook. It was too dangerous, too unsettling. But as I looked at it, I realized something worse. The entries weren't finished. There were blank pages at the end, waiting to be filled. I felt a chill run down my spine as I wondered what the next entry would say. Would it be about me sitting here, holding the notebook? Would it describe what I was about to do next? I shoved the notebook back into the drawer, my hands shaking. I couldn't keep it with me any longer. I needed to get rid of it, to destroy it, to make sure it never found its way back into my life. But even as I locked the drawer, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was already too late. The thought that someone had been tracking my every move, my every thought, left me with an overwhelming sense of dread. The notebook had changed everything. I couldn't look at my surroundings the same way anymore. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow in the corner of my eye, made me wonder if I was being watched. I couldn't trust anyone, not even myself, because whoever was behind this knew me better than I knew myself. And that was the most terrifying part of all. Story 13. Every night, without fail, I hear a soft knocking on my window. At first, I thought it was just the wind or perhaps a branch brushing against the glass, but as the days went by, it became more frequent and unnerving. The knocking was always at the same time around 2 a.m. It would start off as a gentle tap, gradually becoming louder, until I couldn't ignore it any longer. My curiosity grew with each night, but when I opened the blinds to look, no one was ever there. I convinced myself it was just my imagination running wild. But the knocking didn't stop. It persisted night after night, and soon the unease began to creep into my thoughts during the day. I found myself jumping at every little sound, my mind always circling back to that mysterious tapping. I considered calling the police, but each time I looked out the window I saw nothing but the empty yard. I couldn't explain it, but deep down I felt like someone was watching me. The silence of the night seemed to grow heavier as the knocking continued. Last night, I decided to do something different. Instead of pulling the blinds and retreating to the safety of my bed, I chose to wait. I stayed in the dark, sitting in my living room, the only light coming from the flickering street lamp outside. The knocking came again, like clockwork, a rhythmic tap, tap, tap on the glass. I held my breath, straining my ears, but this time I didn't move immediately. I wanted to see who or what was behind this. As the knocking continued, I crept toward the window, my heart pounding in my chest. I felt a strange mix of fear and anticipation, unsure of what I would find. I hesitated, my hand gripping the blinds tightly. Finally, I pulled them open just a fraction, enough to peer into the yard. My eyes darted across the darkened space, searching for any sign of movement. And there was someone standing at the far end of my yard, their face obscured by the darkness. The figure stood perfectly still, just beyond the reach of the dim light from the street lamp. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel their gaze on me, even though I couldn't see their eyes. My pulse quickened, and I instinctively backed away from the window. I wanted to scream, to call out, but I couldn't bring myself to make a sound. The figure didn't move, but I could sense they were aware of me, watching me just as I was watching them. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing for a logical explanation. Was it someone playing a prank? A neighbor who had mistaken my house for someone else's? But nothing made sense. No one should be out there, especially at this hour. The knocking had never been so persistent, so deliberate. I wondered if I was losing my mind, but the figure outside seemed all too real. My fear deepened, and I considered calling the police, but I couldn't tear myself away from the window long enough to dial the number. I glanced around the room, looking for something to use as a weapon, just in case. My thoughts were a jumble of panic and confusion. Should I confront them? Should I stay hidden? I felt trapped in my own house, the walls closing in around me as I watched the figure in the yard. The stillness of the night was broken only by the sound of my own breathing, shallow and quick. Time seemed to slow as I debated my next move. Then, without warning, the figure moved. Slowly, almost deliberately, they took a step forward toward the house. My heart skipped a beat as I shrank back into the shadows, praying they hadn't seen me. I held my breath, watching as the figure crossed the yard, their movements stiff and unnatural. I could barely make out their silhouette against the dark backdrop of the trees, but they were coming closer, closer to my window. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to look away. Just as they reached the edge of the yard, the figure stopped. For a moment I thought they had seen me, that they knew I was watching them. I dared not move, barely breathing, my body tense with terror. Then, as if they had lost interest, the figure turned and began walking away. I exhaled in relief, my body trembling from the adrenaline. But even as they moved farther from the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The knocking stopped. There was no more tapping on the window, no more unsettling sounds from outside. The night returned to its eerie quiet, but the sense of dread lingered in the air. I stayed by the window, my eyes trained on the spot where the figure had been, but they were gone. I waited for what felt like hours, but there was no sign of movement. I wanted to believe it was over, that it was all just a bad dream, but something inside me told me otherwise. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the curtains, I finally pulled myself away from the window. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was that person in my yard? Why were they knocking on my window? And why had they just stood there watching me? I couldn't shake the image of their silhouette, the way they seemed to know exactly where I was. It felt as if they had been waiting for me to notice them, as if they had been planning this encounter for a long time. The day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I tried to go about my usual routine, but every little sound seemed amplified. Every shadow seemed darker than it should have been. I kept thinking about last night, about the figure in my yard. And as the sun began to set again, I couldn't help but wonder if they would return. Story 14. It was one of those quiet evenings when everything seemed perfectly still. I had just finished reading a book and decided to get a drink of water from the kitchen. The house was unusually quiet, almost too quiet, and I felt the faintest shiver run down my spine as I stepped into the hallway. The only sounds I could hear were the distant hum of the refrigerator and the soft ticking of the wall clock. As I walked down the hallway toward the kitchen, I thought I heard something faintly, a soft scuffing sound, like footsteps. I paused for a moment, listening carefully. There it was again, a light tapping of footsteps, seemingly echoing from the hallway behind me. I froze, my heart pounding, my eyes darting toward the shadows of the hallway. But when I looked back, there was no one in sight. I continued walking, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over me. It was probably just the house settling, I told myself. I reached the kitchen, opened the cabinet, and grabbed a glass. As I turned on the faucet to fill the glass with water, the sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. My breath caught in my throat as I turned around, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. The kitchen was empty. I looked over every corner of the room, my eyes scanning the darkened corners and the space under the table. Nothing. There was no one there. I let out a shaky breath, telling myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was just the house again, playing tricks on me. I filled my glass with water and walked back toward the hallway, my mind racing with every step. As I made my way back to the living room, the footsteps followed again, just behind me, always keeping the same pace. My pulse quickened and my body tensed. I turned abruptly, expecting to catch whoever it was following me, but once again the hallway was empty. I stood there for a long moment, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was I imagining it? Or was someone else really in the house? I checked every room, moving from the living room to the bedrooms and then to the bathroom. Each door creaked open, and each room was exactly as I had left it, empty, quiet, still. I couldn't find a trace of anyone. The house was dark, and the shadows seemed to grow deeper with each passing moment. But the footsteps continued to follow me, growing louder and closer, just behind me, always just out of sight. I stood in the middle of the hallway, my heart pounding in my chest. The silence felt suffocating, but the footsteps persisted, never ceasing, never faltering. I glanced down at the floor, half expecting to see a trail of muddy footprints or something that could explain the sounds. But there was nothing, just the same hardwood floors that had always been there. I quickly moved toward the front door, hoping to escape the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over the house. I reached for the doorknob, but as my hand brushed against it, I heard the footsteps stop abruptly. For a moment, everything was still. The air felt thick, and I could hear my own breath as I stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do next. Was this just my mind playing tricks on me, or was there something else in the house? I hesitated for a moment, but then the footsteps started again, this time, louder and more deliberate. They weren't just behind me anymore. They were in front of me, coming from the direction of the door. I stepped back, my body shaking, my mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. There was no one there. I was certain of it. But the footsteps were real, and they were coming closer. Suddenly, I felt the temperature drop. The air turned cold, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. I shivered uncontrollably, a sense of dread filling my chest. The footsteps were now right in front of me, as if someone was standing just on the other side of the door, waiting. I didn't dare open it. I didn't want to know what was waiting outside. With trembling hands, I backed away from the door, moving slowly, careful not to make any noise. The footsteps continued, now echoing in the hallway, moving from one room to the next, as if they were following me again. I rushed back into the living room, my heart racing in my chest. I checked the windows, but they were all locked. There was no sign of anyone outside. The house felt oppressive, as if it was closing in on me. I could hear the faint whispers of the footsteps, now moving in every direction, surrounding me. I felt as though I was being hunted, as though something unseen was circling me, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The air grew heavier, and the silence that had once been comforting now felt suffocating. I bolted for the stairs, desperate to escape the strange presence that seemed to haunt the house. As I ascended the stairs, the footsteps followed once more, their rhythm matching my hurried steps. I reached the top of the stairs, my mind racing with fear, my body trembling with every breath. The hallway at the top was just as dark as the rest of the house, but there was no sign of anyone. No one was there. I stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined the footsteps? Had the house really been empty? Or was someone still in the house with me? I wasn't sure, but one thing was certain. I wasn't alone. The feeling of being watched lingered, and I couldn't shake the sense that the footsteps were still following me, even as I stood there in the silence. In the end, I couldn't find an explanation. The house remained quiet, and the footsteps ceased as suddenly as they had started. But I couldn't forget the eerie feeling that had gripped me that night. I had checked every room, every corner, and yet I still felt as though something or someone was there, just out of sight, waiting. Story 15. I woke up to the sound of the morning breeze rustling the leaves outside my window. It was a peaceful Saturday, and I was looking forward to a quiet day. But when I opened the door to fetch the morning paper, my heart dropped. There, on the doorstep, was a small, folded piece of paper. The handwriting was messy, as if the person had written it in a hurry. I picked it up, my hands trembling, and read the simple yet chilling words, "I've been watching you." I stood there frozen, the paper crinkling in my hand as the reality of the message sank in. Who would leave such a note on my doorstep? It wasn't just the words that terrified me. It was the fact that someone had been watching me. I glanced up and down the street, but everything seemed normal. The neighbors were still inside their homes, the usual cars parked along the curb. But something felt off. The quiet seemed too still, too deliberate, as if the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me, and placed the note on the kitchen counter. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Had someone been lurking around my house for days, or was this the first time? I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was a prank, just a sick joke. But deep down I knew that the feeling in my gut wasn't wrong. It wasn't the kind of prank you could laugh off. This felt like a warning, like someone was watching, waiting. I sat at the kitchen table, staring at the note, trying to make sense of it. There was no signature, no hint as to who had left it. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be someone I knew? Maybe a neighbor, a person from my past. The idea of a random stranger knowing so much about me sent shivers down my spine. I didn't know anyone who would do something like this. At least I didn't think I did. Hours passed, and I found myself pacing around the house, unable to focus on anything. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant sound outside made my heart race. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, just beyond my view, watching. I drew the curtains tight and made sure every window was locked, but it didn't bring me any comfort. The walls of my home felt like they were closing in, suffocating me. I had to get out, but I was too afraid to leave. By evening, I still hadn't stepped outside. The sun had set, and the world outside my windows was dark and quiet. I tried to convince myself that it was just a note, nothing more, but every time I looked at the door, I could feel my anxiety rising. I couldn't help but think that whoever had left the note was still out there, waiting for me to make a move. I needed to call someone. But who could I trust? Who could I tell without sounding paranoid? I couldn't even go to the police without feeling foolish. The next day, I tried to carry on as if nothing had happened, but it was impossible. I couldn't focus on anything, my mind constantly drifting back to that note. What if the person who left it was still watching? What if they knew I hadn't left the house, that I was too afraid to even step outside? The fear started to consume me, and I found myself glancing out the window every few minutes, half expecting to see someone standing across the street, staring back at me. I spent the next few days inside, avoiding contact with anyone. I couldn't bring myself to go outside, not even to check the mail. I convinced myself that if I stayed hidden, whoever was watching me would eventually get bored and leave. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. This wasn't some random person who would give up easily. The note wasn't just a message. It was a threat. A declaration that someone had been paying attention to me, to my habits, to my life. It was a chilling reminder that I wasn't as safe as I thought. One afternoon, after days of seclusion, I mustered up the courage to step outside. My heart pounded in my chest as I carefully opened the door, half expecting to see another note waiting for me. But the porch was empty, just as it had been the first time. I let out a shaky breath and slowly walked to the mailbox, checking for any new letters or packages. There was nothing. I told myself it was a relief, that maybe the worst was over, but the gnawing fear inside me wouldn't go away. I tried to act normal, but the weight of the situation was always with me. Every sound, every rustle of leaves, every movement in my peripheral vision made me jump. It wasn't just the fear of being watched, it was the fear of not knowing when or where the next encounter would happen. I kept my curtains drawn, locked the doors, and never let myself stay out of sight for too long. I had no idea what the person who left the note wanted, but I knew that they weren't going to stop. Weeks went by, and the sense of paranoia never left. I avoided the front door, never stepping outside unless absolutely necessary. Every time I heard a car pass by or someone walking on the sidewalk, my heart would race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that I was being followed. The note had been the beginning, but now it was a constant reminder that someone out there knew more about me than I wanted to admit. I couldn't escape the feeling that they were still watching, waiting for the right moment to make their next move. Story 16. It was a quiet evening when I decided to check on my dog, Max. I had been working in my office for a few hours, the soft hum of my computer the only sound in the house. Max had been lying on his bed in the living room, occasionally getting up to stretch or nudge his bowl, but mostly content to nap. I hadn't heard any noise from him in a while, and I wanted to make sure he was okay. I stood up and walked down the hallway, the floor creaking slightly beneath my feet. The house was dark, the only light coming from the hallway lamp and the faint glow of the TV left on in the living room. When I reached the door to the living room, I paused for a moment. The room felt strangely quiet, and for a second, I had the unsettling feeling that something was off. Shaking it off, I opened the door and stepped inside. At first, I didn't notice anything unusual. The couch was in its usual place, the TV was still on, casting a dim light over the room. But as my eyes moved to the spot where Max usually slept, my heart skipped a beat. His bed was empty. I called out his name, expecting him to trot over from his usual spot, but there was no response. I walked further into the room, my anxiety growing with every step. Max was nowhere to be found. I checked behind the couch, under the coffee table, and in the hallway leading to the kitchen, but there was no sign of him. My stomach churned, and a sense of dread settled over me. Max had never just disappeared like this before. I stood still for a moment, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe he had gotten up and gone outside, but the back door was locked, and I had seen him just a few hours ago. Something didn't feel right. I turned around to scan the room again, and that's when I noticed the window. It was wide open. My breath caught in my throat. The window had definitely not been open before. I was sure of it. I always kept the windows closed at night, especially since the weather had turned colder. But now the cold night air was flowing into the room, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else I couldn't quite place. I rushed to the window, panic rising in my chest. The screen had been pushed out, and the window was open wide enough for someone or something to slip through. My heart pounded in my chest as I leaned out the window, trying to see if Max had run outside. The yard was empty, the only thing visible being the trees and the faint glow of the streetlights from down the road. There was no sign of him anywhere. I backed away from the window, my mind racing. Had someone come into the house and taken him? No, that didn't make sense. The front door had been locked, and there was no way anyone could have gotten in without making noise. I checked the front door, just to be sure. It was still locked, but that didn't explain why the window was open and why Max was gone. I stood in the middle of the living room, my thoughts spiraling. The silence in the house felt oppressive, the air thick with tension. I called Max's name again, my voice trembling slightly. "Max, come here, boy." But there was no response. The house remained eerily still, and the only sound was the faint rustling of the trees outside. I rushed to grab my phone, dialing my neighbor's number in a panic. Maybe they had seen something. As I waited for them to pick up, I glanced back at the open window, my mind running through every possible explanation. Maybe Max had somehow opened the window himself. No, he wasn't that clever. And even if he had managed to open it, he wouldn't have just run off like that without making a sound. My neighbor answered on the third ring, sounding groggy. "Hello." "Hey, it's me. Have you seen Max? He's gone." "And the window's open," I said, my voice shaking. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "What do you mean he's gone?" my neighbor asked, sounding confused. "You're sure he's not just hiding somewhere?" I checked everywhere. "He's not here, and the window was closed earlier. It wasn't open before," I explained, my panic rising with every word. "I don't know what happened." My neighbor hesitated again, then said, "I haven't seen anything unusual, but I'll come over and help you look around." I hung up and paced around the living room, my mind racing with fear and confusion. Max was always so close to me, never straying far from the house. It was impossible to imagine him just wandering off on his own, especially at night. Something wasn't right. A few minutes later, my neighbor knocked at the door, and I rushed to answer it. They came inside, looking around the room with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure you didn't just forget to close the window?" they asked, their voice calm but skeptical. "I swear I closed it," I said, feeling defensive. "And I've never seen Max run off like this. It doesn't make sense." We both went outside, scanning the yard for any sign of him. The night was cold, and the grass was damp from the evening dew. There were no paw prints leading away from the house, no sign of Max anywhere. I felt my stomach drop as I walked further into the yard, my eyes darting from side to side, hoping to catch a glimpse of his familiar shape. "Maybe we should call the police," my neighbor suggested, their voice filled with concern. "This doesn't feel right." I nodded, the idea of involving the authorities feeling both reassuring and terrifying. I didn't want to think about the possibility that something might have taken Max, but the window being open, the silence in the house, it all felt too strange to ignore. As I dialed the police, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows of the trees. But there was nothing. Just the dark, quiet night and the growing sense of dread that something was wrong. I could only hope that Max would come back soon, and that whatever had happened would make sense in the light of day. But deep down, I feared that I might never see him again. Story 17. I had always lived alone in my small apartment, tucked away in a quiet part of the city. It was a place I had grown to enjoy, filled with simple comforts and a sense of peace that allowed me to escape the chaos of the outside world. But that peace began to unravel when I started hearing whispers at night. At first, I thought it was just the wind slipping through the cracks of the window, or perhaps the old pipes groaning in the walls. But after a while, the whispers grew more distinct, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was speaking to me. The whispers always came from the same place, my closet. At first it was subtle, like the faintest murmurs in the dead of night, just barely audible over the hum of the refrigerator or the rustling of the curtains. I would sit up in bed, heart racing, straining to listen. But when I got up and checked, the closet would always be empty. I would stand there for a moment, my hand on the door, feeling an odd chill in the air, before closing it again, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. As the days passed, the whispers became more persistent. I started hearing them even when I was awake, sometimes while I was watching TV or reading a book. They were so soft, so quiet, that I would almost convince myself I was hearing things. But there was no denying the sensation that someone was watching me, waiting just beyond the closet door. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just the stress of work getting to me, or maybe a side effect of living alone for so long. But the unease never went away. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. This time the whispers were louder, clearer and unmistakable. They weren't just murmurs anymore, they were words. "Come closer," the voice said, soft but insistent. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, unsure of what to do. I hadn't heard anything like it before. This was no trick of the mind. It felt as if someone or something was calling me from inside the closet. I sat up in bed, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I tried to tell myself it was just a dream, but the feeling in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet touching the cold floor. The whispers were still there, faint but persistent. "Come closer." My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly made my way toward the closet, each step feeling heavier than the last. When I reached the door, I hesitated. My hand hovered over the handle, and for a moment, I thought about turning back. But the whispers, though faint, urged me on. I opened the door, the familiar creak of the hinges echoing in the silence. The closet was empty, just as it always had been. No one was there, no hidden figure lurking in the shadows. But as I looked inside, I felt an odd sensation, like something was waiting just out of sight, hiding in the corners of my mind. I closed the door with a sense of relief, but the whispers didn't stop. They followed me, whispering my name in the dark. It was as if the very air around me had become charged with something I couldn't explain. I tried to drown it out by turning on the TV or playing music, but nothing worked. The whispers remained, faint but constant, like a presence that refused to leave. They were always there, always just beyond the edge of my awareness. That night I decided to leave the closet door open. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was causing the whispers wanted me to confront it. I lay in bed, staring at the open door, willing myself to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. The whispers grew louder, and I felt a cold draft sweep through the room. It was as if something was moving inside the closet, something that didn't belong. I tried to convince myself it was just the wind again, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Then, in the silence of the night, I heard it again. This time, it wasn't just a whisper. It was a voice, clear and unmistakable, coming from the depths of the closet. "Come closer," it said again, but this time there was something more sinister in the tone. The voice was no longer soft and insistent, it was sharp, almost demanding. My body went cold, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I lay there, frozen in fear. I didn't move. I couldn't move. The whispers had become a command, a call to action, and I was powerless to resist. Slowly, as if drawn by an invisible force, I rose from the bed and made my way toward the closet. The air felt thick, suffocating, as I reached for the door. I opened it, expecting to find nothing, just as I had before. But this time, something was different. The closet was no longer empty. Inside, I saw a figure standing motionless in the dark. It was a shadow, an outline of a person, but there was something wrong about it. The figure didn't have a face, just an empty void where its features should have been. I couldn't look away, even though every instinct in my body screamed for me to run. The whispers grew louder, surrounding me, filling the room with their eerie presence. And then, in a voice that sent a chill down my spine, the figure spoke. "Come closer," it said again, its voice now a raspy whisper that seemed to echo in my very soul. I stepped back, my mind racing, my heart thundering in my chest. I didn't know what this thing was, or how it had come to be, but I knew I couldn't stay. I slammed the door shut, my breath ragged, my hands shaking. I backed away, feeling the weight of its presence pressing down on me. The whispers didn't stop. They never stopped. And from that moment on, I knew I would never be alone in that apartment again. Story 18. The party was in full swing when I first noticed it. The laughter, music, and chatter of familiar voices filled the room, but my eyes were drawn to something odd. Across the room, I spotted someone sitting in my chair, a chair I had claimed the moment I arrived. They were wearing my favorite jacket, the one I had left in the living room when I came to get a drink. But what caught my attention most was the way they were staring at me, almost as if they were confused, trying to make sense of something. I tried to brush it off at first. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Perhaps someone else had the same jacket, or they had borrowed it without asking. But the more I looked at them, the more uncomfortable I felt. There was something unsettling about the way they looked at me, as if they knew me, but I couldn't place them. It wasn't until I glanced around at the other guests that I realized no one else seemed to notice anything unusual. I walked closer, my steps slow and deliberate, trying to figure out what was going on. The person in my chair hadn't moved, their eyes still fixed on me, and I felt a strange sense of unease creep up my spine. As I approached, I could hear snippets of conversation around me, but it felt like I was in a bubble, isolated from the world. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like I was on the edge of discovering something I wasn't meant to. "Hey," I said, my voice a little louder than I intended. "That's my chair." The person blinked, their expression still unreadable, and for a moment, I thought they might stand up and apologize. But instead, they just sat there, as if waiting for me to explain myself. Their face didn't seem familiar, and yet there was something about their posture, the way they were sitting in my chair, that felt like it should be. The room seemed to close in on me, the laughter and music becoming distant echoes. I felt as though everyone around me was moving in slow motion, while I was frozen in place, staring at this stranger. It wasn't just the clothes, or the chair, it was the way they were acting. They weren't even speaking, just staring at me as though I were the one who didn't belong. I turned away, my mind racing. Could it be a prank? Had someone been watching me long enough to mimic my style, to sit in my chair like they were me? The idea seemed far-fetched, but as I looked around the room, I realized that no one seemed to notice the oddity of the situation. The party was continuing as if everything was perfectly normal, and I was the only one caught in this strange loop. My heart began to race, and I took a deep breath to calm myself. I didn't want to make a scene, but the unease was growing too strong to ignore. I walked over to the table where drinks were being served, my mind still trying to piece together what was happening. The person in my chair remained there, their eyes never leaving me, and I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread settling in my stomach. As I stood at the table, trying to regain my composure, I caught a glimpse of the person in the reflection of a nearby mirror. Their posture was exactly like mine, shoulders hunched in the same way, legs crossed just as I would. The sight sent a chill down my spine. It was like looking at a distorted version of myself, a reflection that wasn't quite right. I blinked, but when I looked again, the image was gone. I glanced around the room once more, trying to make sense of it all. The faces of the people around me were blurred, like they were just background noise to the strange situation unfolding before me. I didn't recognize anyone else here, except for the person sitting in my chair. Was this some sort of joke? But who would go to such lengths to confuse me like this? I had to know more. I walked back toward the chair, my steps more deliberate now. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I couldn't let this go on any longer. As I approached, the person in the chair finally spoke. "Do you need something?" they asked, their voice eerily calm. I froze, unsure of how to respond. The voice was too familiar, but it wasn't mine. It was as though they were mocking me, playing a twisted game with my own identity. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. The person smiled faintly, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was the kind of smile you give when you know something the other person doesn't. "I'm you," they said simply, as if that answered everything. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "What do you mean, you're me?" I stammered, my mind struggling to keep up with the impossible reality I was facing. The person didn't answer immediately. They just sat there, watching me with an unsettling calmness. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, like I was caught in some twisted version of my own life. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. I wanted to run, to escape, but I couldn't tear myself away from the figure in my chair. Suddenly, a voice called my name from across the room. "Hey, are you all right?" It was a friend, someone I recognized. I turned toward them, hoping for some sense of normalcy, but when I looked back at the chair, the person was gone. My chair was empty, and for a brief moment, I thought I had imagined a magical thing. But the lingering feeling of unease in my chest told me otherwise. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty chair, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The party continued around me, but I felt like I had been transported to a different reality, one where I was no longer in control. I didn't know who the person was, or how they had looked so much like me, but I knew one thing for sure: I would never forget the feeling of seeing myself sitting there, looking back at me with that confused expression. Story 19. I came home late one night, after a long shift at work, feeling the familiar fatigue in my bones. As I approached my front door, something felt off. The light from the street lamp cast long shadows across the porch, and my front door was wide open. My heart skipped a beat. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to process what I was seeing. The door wasn't just ajar, it was wide open, as though someone had left in a hurry. I stepped forward cautiously, scanning the darkened interior of my house. My mind raced with a million thoughts. Had I forgotten to lock it? Had someone broken in? But there were no signs of forced entry, no broken locks or windows. I stepped inside, calling out to see if anyone was there. The silence that greeted me was unnerving. The usual quiet of my home now felt suffocating, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. My footsteps echoed in the hallway as I moved cautiously through the house, my eyes darting to every shadowed corner. The living room seemed untouched, everything in its usual place. I made my way to the kitchen, half expecting to find something amiss, but there was nothing. No broken dishes, no spilled contents of cabinets. Yet the unease in my chest only grew as I walked deeper into the house. It was only when I reached my bedroom that I saw the mess. Drawers were pulled open, papers and clothes scattered across the floor. My heart raced as I scanned the room, looking for anything that might have been taken. But there was nothing. Everything seemed to be in place except for the disarray. The feeling of being watched lingered, and I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been here, rifling through my things. I bent down to pick up a few of the papers scattered across the floor, trying to make sense of the chaos. But there was no indication of what had been taken or why my things had been disturbed. The drawers weren't missing anything, everything was still there, as though the intruder had been looking for something specific but had found nothing worth taking. I moved through the rest of the house, checking each room carefully. The bathroom, the guest room, even the closets. All of them had been rifled through, but again, nothing was missing. It was as if someone had come in, searched through my belongings, and left without taking a single thing. The oddness of it all made my skin crawl. I sat down on the couch, trying to calm my racing thoughts. My mind kept returning to the open door. Had someone been watching me, waiting for the right moment to enter? The thought sent a chill down my spine. I checked my phone for any missed calls or messages, but there was nothing, no warning, no indication that something was wrong. It wasn't until I noticed the faint smell in the air that I felt a shiver of real fear. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a strange, unfamiliar scent, like something damp and musty. I followed the smell through the house, each step feeling heavier than the last. It led me to the hallway closet. The door to the closet was slightly ajar, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me as I reached for the handle. I pulled it open, but the closet was empty. There was nothing inside but the lingering scent, which seemed to cling to the walls and the shelves. My breath caught in my throat, and I quickly shut the door, unwilling to spend another second in that room. I called the police, though I didn't know what to tell them. What could I say? Someone had been in my house, but nothing was stolen. There was no sign of forced entry, no clear motive. When the officer arrived, he went through the house with me, inspecting every room, every corner. He didn't seem as concerned as I felt. Could have been someone looking for something, maybe a friend or family member, he suggested, though I knew none of my friends or family would do something like this. There was no sign of struggle, no indication that the person had stayed long. The officer couldn't find anything conclusive. He told me to lock the doors and keep an eye out for anything unusual. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my home, watching me, waiting for me to return. The fact that nothing had been taken made it worse, as though the person had been looking for something specific, something personal. I didn't feel safe in my own home anymore. The next few days passed in a haze. I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, even installed extra security measures. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, listening for sounds that weren't there. The unease never left, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching. I kept thinking about the scent in the closet. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that maybe it was just a damp smell from the old house, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. The idea that someone had been inside, searching through my belongings and leaving without taking anything, gnawed at me. What were they looking for? And why hadn't they taken anything? As the days turned into weeks, the fear faded into a dull ache in the back of my mind. But I couldn't forget the way the door had been left wide open, the way my things had been disturbed, and the strange smell that lingered in the air. It felt like a warning, something I couldn't fully understand but couldn't ignore. One evening, as I was about to go to bed, I heard a noise coming from the kitchen. I froze, my heart racing. I stood perfectly still, listening intently, but the sound stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, and for the first time since that night, I felt truly afraid. The door had been left open again. Story 20. I found an old video recording of myself walking through my house when I was sure I was home alone. It was a day I clearly remembered, just another Saturday afternoon. The house was quiet, the kind of stillness you get when no one else is around. I had been tidying up and moving through rooms, humming to myself, when something about the video caught my attention. The recording was blurry at first, the camera shaky as if it had been adjusted quickly. But then, it focused, and there I was, walking down the hallway near the kitchen. I was carrying a laundry basket, just as I remembered. But the eerie part was what I saw next. The camera was clearly positioned inside the closet, and from its angle, it seemed as if someone had placed it there to watch me. I paused the video, my heart racing as I rewound it and played it again. It didn't make sense. I was sure I had been alone in the house that day. There were no visitors, no family members, just me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had forgotten someone was there, or maybe it was a mistake, but nothing about it felt right. I didn't want to believe it, but the thought gnawed at me, refusing to leave. As I watched the video again, I could see the moment I walked past the closet door. The camera lens glinted faintly in the corner of the frame, but it wasn't obvious at first. I had walked right past it, oblivious to its presence. But now, knowing what I knew, it was impossible to ignore. My chest tightened as I realized I hadn't just been alone in my house, I had been watched. I looked around my living room, feeling suddenly vulnerable. My house, once a place of comfort, now seemed foreign. The quiet hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen felt too loud, the shadows in the corners of the room too deep. My thoughts were racing. Who could have been in my house? Who would have hidden in the closet, recording me without my knowledge? I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me, even now. I grabbed my phone and checked the time. It had been years since I lived in that house. The video, it seemed, was from a few years ago. I had moved out shortly after, but the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right lingered in my memory. I hadn't thought much about it back then. After all, I was young, busy, and living my life. But now, watching the footage, I couldn't ignore the fear that had been bubbling up inside me. I tried to focus, to reason through it. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe a family member had done it without my knowledge, or maybe even a friend had visited while I wasn't paying attention. But none of those explanations seemed to hold up. I hadn't had anyone in my house at that time. I would have known. The thought of someone being there, secretly observing me, made my skin crawl. I grabbed my keys and walked to my car, still clutching my phone. I needed to go back to the house to see it for myself. Maybe I was just overreacting, letting my mind run wild, but I couldn't let go of the feeling that something was wrong. The house had always felt safe before, but now it felt like a trap. As I pulled up to the driveway, I noticed the house seemed different. The windows, which used to let in warm sunlight, now seemed dark and unwelcoming. The front door, once so familiar, now appeared cold, as if something were waiting just behind it. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car, trying to steady my nerves. I was about to walk into the place where I thought I was safe, but now I wasn't so sure. I hesitated for a moment before unlocking the front door. The familiar creak of the hinge echoed through the house as I stepped inside. It was eerily quiet, and the air felt heavy, as if something had been lingering there for a long time. I walked through the hallway, the same path I had seen in the video. The room seemed to have changed, furniture moved, pictures off the walls, but it wasn't the physical changes that unsettled me. It was the silence, the absence of life, as if the house itself was holding its breath. I made my way to the closet where the camera had been placed. I opened the door, half expecting to find it exactly as it had been in the video, but there was nothing there. No sign of a hidden camera, no evidence that anyone had been there. Yet the feeling that something was off still lingered. The closet was empty, but I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. I moved through the house slowly, checking each room, hoping to find some clue, some explanation. But the more I searched, the more I felt the weight of the house pressing down on me. It was as if the walls themselves were holding secrets, and I was only just beginning to uncover them. My thoughts were spiraling, and I felt the urge to leave, to get out of there as quickly as possible. I finally made my way back to the living room, where the video had all started. I sat down on the couch, my mind racing with questions. What had happened in that house? Who had been there? Why had they recorded me, and why had they left without a trace? I thought back to the day I had been so sure I was alone, but now I wasn't so certain. As I sat there, I couldn't shake the feeling that the video was only the beginning. What if there were more recordings, more secrets hidden within the walls of that house? I felt a shiver run down my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Maybe I wasn't the only one who had lived in that house after all. Story 21. One night, while walking home, I noticed a man following me. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but then he started mimicking my every step. If I sped up, he sped up. A chill ran down my spine as I tested it further. I took a sudden step to the side, pretending to glance at a shop window, and he did the same. My heartbeat quickened as I turned a corner sharply, hoping to lose him. But when I glanced over my shoulder, he was still there. I tried to stay calm, convincing myself it was nothing. Maybe he just happened to be walking in the same direction. But deep down, I knew it wasn't normal. The way he copied my movements felt deliberate, like he wanted me to know he was watching. The street was quiet, with only the occasional passing car. Most of the shops had already closed, leaving the sidewalks empty. I looked for an open store or a group of people, but there was no one around. My apartment was still several blocks away. My palms were damp as I gripped my phone. I debated calling someone, but I didn't want to sound paranoid. Instead, I crossed the street without warning, hoping he wouldn't follow. But the moment my feet hit the opposite sidewalk, so did his. That was enough for me. I picked up my pace, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The sound of his footsteps matched mine, never too far behind. I could feel his gaze burning into my back. Every instinct told me I was in danger. I turned another corner and spotted a convenience store up ahead. The bright lights spilling onto the pavement felt like my only hope. Without hesitation, I darted inside, nearly colliding with a display of snacks. The cashier looked up, startled. Trying to act casual, I grabbed a bottle of water and made my way to the counter. My hands trembled as I pulled out a few bills. I forced a smile at the cashier, but my eyes darted toward the glass doors. I saw him standing just outside, waiting. My stomach twisted. He hadn't gone anywhere. He wasn't pretending to be just another pedestrian anymore. He was watching me openly, his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed, too relaxed. He was enjoying this. I thought about asking the cashier for help, but what could they do? I wasn't sure if I was overreacting or if this was truly dangerous. But when I stepped away from the counter, I realized I couldn't just stand there forever. I needed a plan. Taking a deep breath, I walked to the back of the store and pretended to browse the shelves. I pulled out my phone, finally deciding to call someone. But before I could dial, I saw movement from the corner of my eye. He was inside. My pulse pounded as I ducked behind an aisle, my heart slamming against my ribs. He moved slowly, scanning the store like he was looking for something or someone. I could hear my own breathing, too loud, too shaky. He was close. I grabbed the nearest item and pretended to examine it, trying to steady myself. My only option was to act normal and get out before he cornered me. When I peeked around the shelf, he was near the drinks, his back to me. This was my chance. Summoning all my courage, I strode toward the exit, forcing my legs to move naturally. The moment I stepped outside, I broke into a run. I didn't care if I looked ridiculous, I needed to get away. The cold night air stung my face as I sprinted. I ran without looking back, cutting through side streets and alleys. My lungs burned, but I pushed forward, adrenaline keeping me going. I knew my neighborhood well, knew which paths led home the fastest. I prayed he hadn't followed. Finally, I reached my building, nearly collapsing against the door as I fumbled for my keys. My fingers shook so badly I dropped them. Panic surged through me as I crouched to grab them, my ears straining for any sound behind me. I shoved the key into the lock and burst inside, slamming the door shut. My hands trembled as I secured every lock, my breath ragged. I pressed my back against the door, listening. For a long time there was only silence. Slowly I made my way to the window and peeked through the blinds. The street was empty. My chest rose and fell in uneven gasps as I backed away. Maybe I had lost him. Maybe he had given up. I tried to calm myself, but the fear still clung to me. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. My apartment had never felt so small, so vulnerable. Even with the walls around me, I didn't feel safe. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump, every shadow seemed to stretch too far. I kept replaying the night in my head, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't run. If I had taken one wrong turn. The next morning I hesitated before stepping outside. The fear hadn't left me. I scanned the street carefully before walking to work, my heart pounding with every step. The memory of his eyes, his slow, deliberate movements haunted me. Days passed, and I tried to push it aside. I told myself it was over, that he was gone. But then, one evening, as I walked home, I felt it again, that same uneasy sensation. I turned my head slightly, my blood running cold. There he was, a few paces behind me, walking at the same steady pace. My stomach twisted, my mind racing. This wasn't over. It had never been over. He had just been waiting, watching. I forced myself to stay calm, my hands clenched at my sides. I couldn't go home, not with him following me. I needed to think fast. Then, just ahead, I saw a police station. Without hesitation, I made a sharp turn and headed straight for it. I didn't look back, but I felt the shift. The moment he realized where I was going, I reached the steps and forced myself inside, my legs weak beneath me. When I turned, he was gone. I didn't know if he had truly disappeared or if he was simply hiding, waiting for another chance. But as I stood there, breathing hard, I knew one thing for sure. I would never walk home alone again. Story 22. I was sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone, when a notification popped up. It was a message from an unknown number with no text, just an image. My stomach tightened as I opened it, and my breath caught in my throat. The picture was of me, sitting exactly where I was now, but it was taken from inside my house. I shot up from the couch, my pulse hammering in my ears. My eyes darted around the living room, scanning for any movement. The doors were locked, the windows shut, but someone had been inside. The thought sent a chill through me, and I quickly checked every room. The house was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I checked the locks twice before returning to the living room, my phone clutched in my shaking hand. I stared at the image again, trying to figure out when it was taken. My clothes, my posture, it was identical to how I was sitting just moments ago. A deep unease settled over me as I considered the possibilities. Had someone broken in without me noticing? Or worse, was someone still here? I grabbed a kitchen knife for protection and checked the closets and under the bed, but everything was undisturbed. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even say? There was no sign of a break-in, and I hadn't seen anyone. My only evidence was a single photo from an unknown number. Instead, I decided to check the security footage from the camera by my front door. I pulled up the feed on my phone, my hands trembling as I scrolled back through the last hour. The footage showed nothing unusual, no visitors, no movement. Yet the picture on my phone proved that someone had been close enough to take it. My gut told me something was very, very wrong. Suddenly, another message appeared on my screen. This time, there were no images, just 2 words. Found you. A cold shiver ran down my spine, and my grip on the phone tightened. I forced myself to stay calm, but my heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I bolted to the front door and yanked it open, peering outside. The empty street stretched before me, quiet and still. I scanned the yard, the sidewalk, even the trees, but there was no one there. It was as if whoever sent the message had vanished into thin air. Stepping back inside, I locked the door again and grabbed my keys. I wasn't staying here another second. My mind raced as I hurried to my car, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. I half expected to see someone lurking in the shadows watching me leave. The engine roared to life, and I sped away from my house without a clear destination. My only thought was to get as far away as possible. I drove aimlessly through the city, the streetlights casting long, eerie shadows. No matter how fast I went, the feeling of being watched never faded. Eventually, I pulled into a gas station parking lot and tried to catch my breath. I debated whether to call the police again, but what could they do? The messages could be a sick prank, but the picture, that was real. Someone had been inside my house, and they wanted me to know it. My phone vibrated again, and I hesitated before looking. Another picture appeared on my screen, this time of my car. It was taken from the gas station lot from somewhere close. I whipped my head around, my pulse spiking. Whoever was doing this was here right now. I locked my car doors and scanned the area, my breath coming in short gasps. The station was nearly empty, only a single attendant behind the counter, and one other car parked at the far pump. I couldn't see anyone nearby, but I knew they were watching. I debated making a run for the store, but something told me not to. Instead, I put the car in drive and peeled out of the lot, my hands gripping the wheel tightly. I needed to get away, to put as much distance between myself and whoever was tormenting me. The streets blurred past as I tried to think of a safe place to go. A friend's house, a hotel. Nowhere felt secure. The thought of returning home made my skin crawl, but I couldn't just keep driving aimlessly. I needed to figure out who was behind this. I finally pulled into a busy parking garage and parked near a security camera. If someone followed me, they'd be caught on tape. My phone buzzed again, but this time I didn't check it immediately. I was too afraid of what I might see. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to look. Another message, "You can't run forever." My hands went numb, and I nearly dropped the phone. They weren't just watching me, they knew I was scared, and they enjoyed it. I needed help, and I needed it now. Swallowing my pride, I called the police, my voice shaky as I explained the situation. They asked for my location and told me to stay put. For the first time all night, I felt a sliver of relief. Minutes later, a patrol car pulled into the garage, its lights flashing. An officer stepped out, and I rushed toward him, showing him the messages and pictures. He took my phone, his face unreadable as he examined the images. "We'll look into it," he said, though his tone wasn't reassuring. They checked the area but found no one suspicious. They offered to follow me home and inspect my house, which I accepted without hesitation. The drive back was tense, and when we arrived, the officers swept through every room. Nothing was out of place. Despite their efforts, I still didn't feel safe. Someone had been inside my home, had taken my picture, and had followed me across the city. But they left no trace, no fingerprints, no signs of entry. Whoever they were careful. The officers advised me to stay somewhere else for the night, just in case. I didn't argue. I grabbed a bag and headed to a hotel, still glancing over my shoulder. Sleep didn't come easy, and every noise in the hallway made my heart jump. By morning, the messages had stopped, but the fear remained. I changed my locks, installed more cameras, and even moved a month later. But no matter how far I went, I always felt like someone was watching. And deep down, I knew they were still out there. Story 23. After a long day, I returned to my car in the dimly lit parking lot. The evening air was cool, and I was exhausted, ready to head home. As I approached my car, I noticed a small piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. Curious, I plucked it out and unfolded it, expecting a flyer or some advertisement. Instead, the note had a single sentence scrawled in uneven handwriting. "I know what you did last night." My stomach dropped as I stared at the words, trying to make sense of them. I looked around the parking lot, scanning for anyone watching me. The lot was nearly empty, save for a few distant cars, their owners nowhere in sight. A shiver ran down my spine as I considered the possibility that someone had been watching me. I replayed the events of the previous night in my mind, but nothing stood out as unusual. I had gone to dinner alone, stopped for gas, and then gone straight home. There was nothing I had done that could warrant a message like this. I crumpled the note in my fist and got into my car, locking the doors out of instinct. My heart pounded as I sat there, unsure whether to just drive home or take this to the police. It could be a prank, but something about it felt too deliberate. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see a car following me. The streets were mostly empty, bathed in the glow of streetlights. Every shadow seemed more ominous than before, making me uneasy. When I arrived home, I sat in my car for a moment, staring at my quiet house. Everything looked normal, yet the note had unsettled me in a way I couldn't shake. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the note and headed inside, locking the door behind me. I tossed the note on the kitchen counter and poured myself a glass of water, trying to calm my nerves. The silence of my house felt heavier than usual, pressing down on me. The words from the note kept repeating in my head, making me feel exposed. Deciding I needed to clear my mind, I checked the locks on my doors and windows before heading to bed. I turned off the lights, leaving only a small lamp on in my bedroom. As I lay there, I couldn't help but wonder if someone was outside, watching. Sleep didn't come easily, and when I did drift off, I dreamt of faceless figures standing outside my window. The dream was hazy, filled with whispers I couldn't understand. When I woke up, my heart was racing, and my sheets were damp with sweat. I got up and went to the kitchen, trying to shake off the lingering unease from my dream. The note was still on the counter, just as I had left it. Something about it felt heavier now, like a threat rather than a random message. I decided to check my home security cameras, scrolling through the footage from the previous night. Nothing seemed out of place until I saw it. At around 2 a.m., a figure had approached my car, lingering for a moment before placing something on the windshield. The figure was wearing dark clothing, their face obscured by a hood. They didn't seem in a hurry, moving with an eerie sense of purpose. After leaving the note, they stood there for a few seconds before disappearing into the darkness. I replayed the footage several times, trying to make out any identifying features. My hands trembled as I realized this wasn't just a harmless prank. Someone had gone out of their way to find my car and leave that message. Not wanting to be alone with my thoughts, I decided to go to the police station. I took the note and a copy of the footage with me, hoping they would take it seriously. As I drove, I kept glancing at my mirrors, feeling as if I was being watched. At the station, an officer listened as I explained what had happened. He took the note and reviewed the footage, his expression unreadable. "Do you have any idea who could have done this?" he finally asked. I shook my head, frustration creeping into my voice. "No, I don't recognize the handwriting, and I don't know anyone who would do something like this." The officer nodded, making a few notes before telling me they would look into it. There wasn't much they could do immediately, but they advised me to be cautious. I left the station feeling both relieved and unsettled, knowing the police were involved but also realizing I might never get an answer. I drove home, my grip on the wheel tight. That night, I double-checked my locks again and kept my phone close. Every creak of my house made my pulse spike, and I barely slept. The note sat on my nightstand, a reminder that someone, somewhere was watching. Days passed, and nothing happened. No new notes, no strange occurrences. I began to wonder if it really was just a cruel joke. But the unease never fully left me, lingering in the back of my mind like an unfinished puzzle. A week later, I came home late and saw something that made my blood run cold. A single piece of paper was taped to my front door. My hands shook as I reached for it, my breath shallow. This time the message was different. You didn't tell them everything. The note fluttered slightly in the breeze, its meaning sinking into my bones. Someone still wanted me to know they were there. Story 24. I was hiking alone in a remote area, miles away from the nearest town. The thick canopy overhead made the trail feel dim, even though it was midday. I had been walking for hours, enjoying the solitude, when I noticed something unusual through the trees. A small wooden shack stood hidden among the foliage, almost swallowed by the surrounding forest. The wood was weathered, darkened by time and moisture, with ivy creeping up its sides. It was strange there were no roads or signs of life nearby, yet this structure sat here forgotten. Curiosity got the better of me as I stepped closer, feeling an uneasy chill despite the warmth of the afternoon. The front door was slightly ajar, swaying just enough to let out a low creak. My stomach tightened as I reached out and nudged it open, revealing the dim interior. Dust swirled in the slanted beams of sunlight filtering through the cracks in the walls. The shack was small, barely larger than a single room, with an old wooden chair in the corner. A rotten stench hung in the air, a mixture of damp wood and something foul. My eyes adjusted to the dimness, and that was when I saw it. Against the far wall, an old wooden table stood covered in yellowed papers and rusted tools. But it was what lay in the center of the table that made my blood run cold. A set of human teeth, neatly arranged in a line, rested atop the faded wood. Some were cracked, others stained, but all were unmistakably real. My breath caught in my throat as I stepped back, my pulse hammering in my ears. I turned to leave, but something on the wall stopped me. Faded photographs, barely clinging to the wood, were pinned haphazardly above the table. Each image was blurry, aged and unsettling snapshots of hikers, their faces frozen in candid expressions of surprise or fear. My heart pounded as I scanned the photos, a sickening realization forming in my gut. The people in these pictures had all been alone, just like me, wandering these woods, and none of them looked like they had posed for the shots. A sudden rustling outside made me freeze. The trees swayed slightly, but there was no wind. I held my breath, listening, my body tense like a wire about to snap. Something was out there. I crept toward the door, my boots barely making a sound against the warped wooden floor. Just as I reached the threshold, a deep impression in the dirt caught my eye, a footprint, fresh and distinct. It was large, and it pointed directly toward the shack. My stomach twisted as I realized that whoever had made it was still nearby. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to move carefully, deliberately, so I wouldn't make noise. Every step felt agonizingly slow as I backed away from the entrance. Then, from behind the shack, I heard a soft, deliberate exhale, just loud enough to be real. Someone was standing there, hidden from view, waiting. My legs nearly gave out, but fear propelled me forward. I turned and bolted down the path, my pack bouncing against my shoulders. The silence of the forest was deafening, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Every shadow felt like it was watching. Every snap of a twig sent terror racing through my veins. I forced myself not to look back, but I could hear something behind me, footsteps, quick and heavy, keeping pace with my own. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was following me. The trail twisted and turned, but I didn't slow down. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but stopping wasn't an option. Ahead, I spotted a fallen tree stretching across the path, its thick trunk covered in moss. I made a split-second decision and dove behind it, pressing myself flat against the ground. The footsteps didn't stop. They grew louder, closer, until they reached the fallen tree. I held my breath, willing myself to become invisible. For a moment all was still. Then, just inches from where I lay, a shadow passed over the trunk. Whoever it was stood there, silent and unmoving. I could hear their breathing, slow, steady, deliberate. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the worst. Then, just as suddenly as they had arrived, the footsteps resumed. They moved away, fading into the distance, swallowed by the forest. I stayed hidden for what felt like an eternity before daring to move. When I finally stood, my legs were trembling. I didn't know if they had truly left or if they were waiting somewhere deeper in the woods. My only thought was to get as far from that shack as possible before darkness fell. I forced myself to keep moving, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The forest was silent again, but the eerie stillness felt wrong. It was as if the trees knew what had happened and were keeping their secrets. By the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking too hard to get the keys in the ignition on the first try. I half expected to see someone lurking in the trees, watching me, but the woods remained still. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the dirt road, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. My pulse didn't slow until I hit the highway, miles away from that cursed place. That night, as I lay in my bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes. I knew I had found something I wasn't supposed to see, something meant to remain hidden. And worst of all, I knew that whoever had been out there had seen me too. Story 25. I checked into the hotel late in the afternoon, exhausted from my trip. The place was well known, a trusted chain, and I had stayed in locations like this before without issue. My room was standard, clean, comfortable, and quiet, exactly what I needed. After unpacking my bag, I settled in for a relaxing evening before bed. The first thing I noticed was the chair by the window. I remembered leaving it pushed under the desk, but when I returned from dinner, it was slightly pulled out. It was a small detail, something I could have overlooked, but it unsettled me. I shrugged it off, convincing myself that housekeeping might have adjusted it after I left. That night, I woke up to a soft creaking sound. At first, I thought it was just the air conditioning or the pipes settling, but the noise persisted. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like someone shifting their weight back and forth. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, but when I turned on the light, the room was empty. The next morning, I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. As I went to the bathroom to get ready for the day, I noticed something odd. A book one had placed on the nightstand was open to a random page. I hadn't touched it since unpacking, and I was certain I hadn't left it like that. I flipped through the pages, trying to find some rational explanation. Had I accidentally knocked it over? Had housekeeping moved it while cleaning? I checked my belongings, making sure nothing else was disturbed, but everything else seemed untouched. I left for the day, determined to put the strange occurrences out of my mind. When I returned that evening, something felt different. The air in the room seemed heavier, almost stifling. I turned on all the lights, glancing around cautiously. The chair was pulled out again, further than before, as if someone had been sitting there and pushed it back slightly. I locked the door and checked the bathroom and closet just to be sure I was alone. Nothing seemed out of place at first, but then I noticed the bathroom mirror. A faint streak ran across the glass, like someone had wiped it with their hand. My heart pounded as I ran my fingers over it, trying to convince myself it had been there all along. That night I struggled to sleep. Every creak and rustle made my nerves tighten. At around 2 a.m., I heard the noise again, the slow, deliberate creaking. I held my breath, staring at the chair in the dim light. It didn't move, but the sound continued, coming from somewhere near the window. I forced myself to get up and check. The curtains were closed, and nothing seemed out of place, but the air felt colder there. My skin prickled as I stepped back, my instincts screaming at me that something was wrong. I climbed back into bed, pulling the covers tight around me, willing myself to sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling drained, as if I hadn't slept at all. The book was open to a different page this time, one I didn't recognize. I skimmed the words, my stomach twisting at the eerie coincidence the passage described someone feeling watched in a quiet room. I slammed it shut and shoved it back into my bag, deciding I wanted nothing to do with it anymore. I considered asking to switch rooms, but I felt ridiculous. What would I even say? That my chair kept moving, my book wouldn't stay closed, and I was hearing noises at night. It sounded absurd, and I didn't want to be the guest making a fuss over nothing. That evening, I double-checked everything before leaving for dinner. The chair was pushed in, the book was zipped inside my bag, and I even took a picture of the mirror, just to prove to myself later that nothing had changed. When I returned, my stomach dropped. The chair was pulled out again, but this time it was turned slightly toward the bed. The mirror had fresh streaks, as if someone had wiped it while I was gone. My bag, though still zipped, looked like it had been shifted slightly from where I had placed it. It was as if someone had been inside, but my keycard was the only one issued to me. My pulse pounded in my ears as I tried to decide what to do. I checked the door, the windows, even the closet again. Everything was locked. The rational part of me tried to convince myself that it was the cleaning staff, but nothing had been cleaned. My bed was still unmade, my towels still damp from my morning shower. That night, I barely slept. Every noise made me flinch, every shadow felt like it was creeping closer. The creaking started again, slower this time, dragging out as if whoever or whatever was making the sound wanted me to hear it. I buried myself under the blankets, squeezing my eyes shut, wishing for morning to come. When my alarm finally went off, I sat up quickly, gasping for air as if I had been holding my breath all night. The chair was still where it had been, angled toward my bed. The mirror streaks were even more pronounced, smeared as though a hand had been dragged down the glass. I packed my things in record time, barely stopping to breathe. As I checked out, I debated telling the front desk, but what would I even say? That my room felt wrong. That things moved when I wasn't looking. I hesitated, then decided against it. Instead, I handed over my key, thanked them, and walked out without looking back. As I drove away, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. But as I glanced in the rearview mirror, my heart stopped. In the reflection of my backseat window, just for a second, I thought I saw the faintest outline of a handprint on the glass. Story 26. I picked up a hitchhiker on a desolate road late at night. The man looked normal enough, standing on the side of the road with his thumb out and a small backpack slung over one shoulder. The highway was empty, and I figured I could use the company for the long drive ahead. At first, everything seemed fine. He was polite, thanking me as he slid into the passenger seat and buckled up. He said he was heading a few towns over and had been walking for hours after his car broke down. We drove in silence for a while before he started asking me questions. They began normal where I was from, what I did for work, if I often picked up strangers. But then, his questions took a strange turn. "What's the worst thing you've ever done?" he asked, his voice calm but oddly intense. I let out a nervous chuckle, thinking he was joking, but he remained silent, waiting for an answer. When I shrugged it off, he asked another: "If someone were to disappear out here, do you think anyone would find them?" I felt a chill run down my spine. The road stretched endlessly ahead, surrounded by nothing but darkness and trees. I forced a laugh, trying to lighten the mood, but my grip on the steering wheel tightened. The man didn't smile. He just stared at me, his face barely illuminated by the dashboard lights. "I bet you've never thought about it," he continued, his voice casual. "How easy it would be for someone to just vanish." I regretted stopping for him. My pulse quickened as I kept my eyes on the road, trying to think of an excuse to drop him off early. "Well," I said carefully, "I guess it depends on the situation. But let's not talk about that. It's a little unsettling." He tilted his head, as if studying me. "You're right," he said after a moment. "Let's talk about you instead. Do you have family waiting for you?" My stomach twisted at the question. I hesitated before lying, saying yes, my brother was expecting me soon. His expression didn't change, but I noticed the way his fingers tapped against his knee, slow and deliberate. A sign ahead indicated a rest stop a few miles away. I made up my mind to pull over and make up some excuse to leave him there. "I need to use the restroom," I said, trying to keep my tone casual. "We'll stop up ahead." He nodded, but I saw the way his shoulders tensed. "Good idea," he said softly. "Stops like that are important." My stomach nodded at his words, though I wasn't sure why. The moment we pulled into the empty parking lot of the rest stop, I cut the engine and reached for the door. "I'll be right back," I muttered. As I stepped out, I glanced at him through the window. He wasn't moving. He was just watching me, his face unreadable. The air outside was cold, but my skin prickled for a different reason. I walked toward the restroom but didn't go inside. Instead, I turned the corner, trying to stay hidden while peeking back at my car. The hitchhiker sat still for a moment, then leaned forward and looked around, as if checking if anyone else was nearby. My heart pounded as he reached into his backpack. I didn't wait to see what he was looking for. Moving quickly but quietly, I circled behind the building and sprinted toward the trees. I crouched low, breath shallow, watching as he finally stepped out of the car. He stood there, scanning the area, before taking slow steps toward the restroom door. When he didn't see me inside, he turned, his head swiveling toward the parking lot and then to the trees. I shrank back, pressing myself against the rough bark of a tree. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, but there was no signal. The rest stop was too remote, too isolated. Minutes passed, and I heard footsteps crunching on gravel. Then silence. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, listening for any sign of movement. After what felt like forever, I risked a glance. The hitchhiker was gone. The passenger door was still open, my car sitting there, keys still in the ignition. I hesitated before making a decision. If he was hiding, waiting for me to return, I wasn't going to take the risk. Slowly, I backed deeper into the woods, putting more distance between myself and the parking lot. The darkness swallowed me as I moved further from the road. Every sound, the rustling leaves, the distant chirping of insects, made my nerves jangle. I knew I couldn't stay hidden forever, but I needed to be sure he was gone. Finally, after nearly an hour, I crept back toward the rest stop. My car was still there, untouched. The hitchhiker was nowhere in sight. I ran the last few steps, jumping into the driver's seat and locking the doors. My hands shook as I turned the key, the engine roaring to life. I didn't waste a second before slamming the car into reverse and peeling out of the lot. My breath came in ragged gasps as I sped down the highway, checking the rearview mirror constantly. There was no sign of him, no headlights following me, no shadowy figure in the distance. I drove until I reached a gas station in the next town, finally pulling over to catch my breath. My hands were still trembling as I gripped the wheel, my mind racing. I never picked up a hitchhiker again after that. The questions he asked still lingered in my mind, the way he watched me, the way he disappeared into the night. I don't know what his intentions were, but I do know one thing: I was lucky to get away. Story 27. I came home to find my front door unlocked, though I always lock it. A chill ran through me as I hesitated on the doorstep, trying to recall if I had somehow forgotten. The air inside felt unnaturally still, as if waiting for me to step inside. It wasn't until I walked in and noticed a picture frame tilted on the floor that I realized someone had been there. The frame held a photo of my parents and me, taken years ago on a family trip. It had hung securely on the wall for as long as I could remember, so its placement on the floor made my stomach tighten. I scanned the room, looking for other signs of disturbance. My furniture was exactly where I had left it, the TV remote still sitting on the coffee table, and my shoes lined up by the door. But something about the air felt different, like the remnants of someone else's presence still lingered. I moved cautiously toward the kitchen, my pulse quickening. Every cabinet door was closed, the dishes in the sink untouched. The only thing out of place was a single chair pulled slightly away from the dining table, as if someone had sat there and then left in a hurry. I turned down the hallway toward my bedroom, my breath coming in shallow bursts. My bedroom door was open just as I had left it, but now it felt wrong, like someone had been standing there waiting. I pushed it open wider, my fingers tightening around the edge of the doorframe. My bed was neatly made, just as I had left it that morning. The closet doors were shut, and nothing seemed visibly disturbed. But when I stepped inside, I saw something small resting on my pillow, one of my old childhood toys, a stuffed rabbit I hadn't seen in years. I froze, trying to remember where I had last stored it. The last time I had seen that rabbit, it had been packed away in a box in the attic. My hands trembled as I picked it up, the fabric worn and slightly dusty, as if it had just been retrieved from storage. I backed out of the room, my instincts screaming at me to leave. I grabbed my phone, intending to call the police, but hesitated. What would I even say? Nothing had been stolen, nothing was damaged, just small, unsettling changes that only I would notice. A sudden creak from the hallway made my breath hitch. I turned sharply, my eyes darting toward the sound. The hallway was empty, but the wooden floor still seemed to be settling, as if someone had just walked across it. I forced myself to move, checking the bathroom and spare room. Everything seemed in place, but the longer I stayed, the more the walls felt like they were closing in. I had to get out, had to clear my head and think logically about what to do next. I stepped outside, locking the door behind me, even though I knew it had been unlocked when I arrived. My hands shook as I reached for my car keys. I needed to go somewhere, anywhere, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had been in my house was still watching. Sitting in my car, I tried to replay the morning in my head. I had locked the door, I was sure of it. No windows had been broken, no signs of forced entry. Whoever had come in had a key, or worse, they had been inside all along. The thought made my stomach turn. I turned the key in the ignition, driving away without a destination in mind. My mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. Could it have been someone I knew? Or was it a stranger who had somehow gotten inside? I pulled into a nearby coffee shop parking lot, needing time to think. I checked my phone, half expecting to see a missed call or message that might explain everything. But there was nothing. Only the dim glow of the screen reflecting my own uneasy expression. After sitting for a while, I knew I couldn't avoid going back forever. I had to know if anything else had changed, had to make sure no one was still inside. With a deep breath, I started the car again, the familiar hum of the engine doing little to calm my nerves. When I returned home, the house looked just as I had left it, but I still felt uneasy. I walked in carefully, my ears straining for any noise out of place. The picture frame was still on the floor, just as I had left it, but now the stuffed rabbit was gone. My breath caught in my throat. I rushed to my bedroom, my heart hammering so loudly I could barely hear my own footsteps. I flung open the closet door, half expecting to find someone hiding inside, but it was empty. Only my clothes hung neatly in their places, undisturbed. I turned back toward the bed, my hands clenched into fists. Whoever had been here had come back while I was gone. They had taken the rabbit, or maybe they had put it there in the first place, only to remove it once they knew I had seen it. My skin crawled with the thought. I couldn't stay here. Not tonight. I grabbed a bag and stuffed a few essentials inside, my hands shaking the whole time. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I needed to be anywhere but here. As I locked the door behind me, I caught sight of my reflection in the darkened window. My own eyes looked back at me, wide with fear, but something else made me shiver. A faint outline of a figure stood just beyond the glass, barely visible in the dim light. I didn't wait to get a better look. I ran to my car, heart pounding, hands fumbling with the keys. As I sped away, I forced myself not to look back, afraid of what I might see. But even as I drove farther from my house, the feeling remained that I wasn't just being watched. Someone had been inside. Someone had touched my things, and now they knew that I knew. Story 28. I was working late at my office when I started hearing noises coming from the dark, empty hallway. At first, I ignored it, thinking it was just the building settling. But as the minutes passed, the sounds became more distinct, soft shuffling, like someone walking slowly just out of sight. I glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly midnight, long past the time when anyone else should still be in the building. Shaking off the unease, I returned to my work, trying to focus on the report that was due the next morning. The office was silent, except for the steady tapping of my keyboard. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a flicker of movement near the doorway. My breath caught in my throat as I turned my head, only to find the hallway still and empty. I exhaled, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. The dim overhead lights cast long shadows, making everything seem more eerie than it really was. Deciding I needed a break, I stood up and walked over to the water cooler near the entrance. As I filled my cup, the shuffling sound returned closer this time. My pulse quickened as I turned toward the hallway, peering into the darkness beyond my office door. I held my breath, listening carefully, but the sound had stopped. Just as I was about to dismiss it again, I saw something shift in the shadows, a faint outline of a figure standing at the end of the corridor. My heart pounded as I froze, watching the silhouette remain perfectly still, as if it had been waiting for me to notice. I blinked, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. When I looked again, the figure was gone. A chill ran down my spine as I hurried back to my desk, locking my office door behind me. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there was nothing there, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling creeping over me. Determined to finish my work quickly and leave, I sat down and forced my attention back to my screen. The silence in the room felt heavier now, every small creak of the building setting my nerves on edge. Then a soft knock echoed from my office door, so faint that I almost thought I imagined it. My fingers hovered over my keyboard as I stared at the door, waiting to see if it would happen again. The knock came again, louder this time. My throat went dry as I reached for my phone, my hands trembling slightly. I considered calling security, but I hesitated, not wanting to seem paranoid. Summoning my courage, I stood up and took slow steps toward the door, pressing my ear against it to listen. The hallway outside was silent. I held my breath and waited, hoping whoever it was would just leave. Minutes passed, but no more knocks came. Cautiously, I reached for the doorknob and turned it just enough to crack the door open. The hallway was empty, stretching into the dimly lit corridor with no sign of anyone nearby. I let out a shaky breath and shut the door again, making sure it was locked. As I turned back toward my desk, my stomach dropped. A single sheet of paper sat in the middle of my desk that hadn't been there before. My hands trembled as I picked it up, my pulse hammering in my ears. There were no words, just a single, smudged fingerprint in the center of the page. The air in the room suddenly felt stifling, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on me. I scanned every corner, my instincts screaming that I wasn't alone. Then, in the reflection of my computer screen, I saw the faintest glimpse of movement behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. My breathing was shallow as I grabbed my bag and stuffed my laptop inside. I wasn't going to stay and find out what was happening. As I yanked open my office door and stepped into the hallway, the overhead lights flickered. The corridor stretched out before me, eerily quiet, but I no longer trusted what I was seeing. I forced myself to walk, resisting the urge to break into a run. Each step felt heavier, as if something unseen was pressing against me, urging me to turn back. The air in the hallway was thick and stagnant, carrying a strange metallic scent that made my stomach turn. I kept my eyes straight ahead, refusing to look into the dark offices lining the corridor. As I reached the elevator, I pressed the button repeatedly, my fingers shaking. The doors took an eternity to open, and when they finally did, I stepped inside quickly, pressing the lobby button with force. The doors slid shut, sealing me in the small, dimly lit space. My heart pounded as I watched the floor numbers descend, each second dragging painfully slow. Just before the doors opened, the lights inside the elevator flickered. The reflection on the metal doors wavered, and for a brief moment, I saw it again, that same dark figure standing behind me. My breath hitched, but when I turned around, the space was empty. The doors slid open, and I bolted out into the lobby, barely restraining the urge to sprint to my car. The parking lot was deserted, the cold night air making my breath visible as I hurried across the pavement. As I reached my car, I fumbled with my keys, my hands unsteady. The moment I unlocked the door and slid inside, I locked the doors and started the engine, my body trembling. I forced myself to take slow breaths, trying to steady my nerves. As I looked up at the building, the office windows were dark except for one. My stomach dropped when I saw a shadowy figure standing at the window of my office, staring down at me. My chest tightened as I shifted into drive, unwilling to stay another second. I sped out of the parking lot, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. The building loomed behind me, its windows reflecting the empty night sky. But I knew what I saw, and I knew, deep down, that whatever had been in that office wasn't just watching me. It had been waiting. Story 29. I had a routine of taking the same train every night. It was always the last one before the schedule ended, and I liked the predictability of it. The train was never too crowded, and the ride gave me time to unwind from the day. I usually sat in the same seat, near the window, letting the rhythmic movement lull me into a calm state. One evening, I noticed a man sitting across from me. He wasn't doing anything unusual at first, just sitting there, his hands resting on his knees. But after a few stops, I realized he was staring at me. His gaze was steady, unblinking, and when I shifted in my seat, his eyes followed me. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence. Maybe he was lost in thought or simply looking in my direction without realizing it. I pulled out my phone to distract myself, but every time I glanced up, his eyes were still locked onto me. Something about the intensity of his stare made my skin crawl. The next night, he was there again. Same seat, same posture, same unwavering gaze. I tried not to react, keeping my focus on my phone or looking out the window. But I could feel the weight of his stare pressing against me, cold and unsettling. It wasn't just a passing glance, it was deliberate. By the third night, I started to feel paranoid. The train was my safe space, a familiar routine, but now it felt different. Every stop that passed, every passenger who got on or off, I was hyper-aware of my surroundings. But he never moved, never looked away, never broke his pattern. I told myself it could still be nothing. Maybe he just happened to take the same train, sit in the same spot, and maybe he was just awkward, not realizing how uncomfortable he was making me. But deep down, I didn't believe that anymore. It felt intentional, like he was waiting for something. The following night, I decided to test my theory. Instead of sitting in my usual spot, I chose a seat farther down the train car, near the exit. When I looked up, he had moved too. My stomach tightened, and I felt my heartbeat in my ears. There was no way this was a coincidence. I considered getting off at an earlier stop, but my apartment was still too far to walk. Instead, I clutched my bag tighter, keeping my eyes on him in the reflection of a window. He sat there, unmoving, like he was studying me, memorizing me. I had never felt so exposed in my life. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every shadow outside my window, every noise in the hallway made me jump. I thought about reporting him, but what could I say? A man was looking at me on the train. It wasn't illegal to stare. But it wasn't just the staring, it was the feeling behind it, the silent persistence. The next evening, I hesitated before getting on the train. My hands were clammy, my breath shallow. But I convinced myself that if I changed my routine, it would mean he had won. I told myself I was overreacting, that I would get on that train like always. But the moment I stepped inside, I regretted it. He was already there, sitting in his usual spot, waiting. This time when I entered, his head turned slightly, like he had been expecting me. The air in my lungs felt heavy, like I couldn't take a full breath. My seat was open, but I didn't dare take it. Instead, I stood near the door, gripping the pole tightly. I could feel his gaze burning into my back, and when I turned my head slightly, I caught his reflection in the glass. His eyes were still on me, dark and unreadable. I swallowed hard, my fingers tightening around the metal pole. With each stop, I prayed he would leave, that this would be the night he finally broke the pattern. But he never did. The train emptied out, yet he remained. My stop was coming up, and I knew I couldn't go straight home. I couldn't let him see where I lived. As the doors opened, I stepped off quickly, heart hammering in my chest. I didn't look back, but I listened. The sound of another pair of footsteps followed mine onto the platform. My breath caught in my throat as I forced myself to walk calmly. My mind raced with what to do next. I spotted a convenience store near the station and ducked inside, pretending to browse the shelves. My pulse pounded in my ears as I risked a glance through the window. He was standing just outside, his eyes scanning the street, searching. My stomach dropped. He was looking for me. I crouched near a shelf, pretending to tie my shoe, but I could feel my entire body trembling. My phone was in my hand, but I didn't know who to call. The store clerk was watching me, sensing something was wrong. I forced a smile, trying to act normal, but I felt anything but. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. Finally, I forced myself to peek out again. He was gone. The relief was immediate, but it didn't last. Just because he was out of sight didn't mean he wasn't still there, waiting, lurking somewhere nearby. I waited another 10 minutes before stepping outside, my heart pounding in my chest. The streets were quiet, too quiet. I kept my head down, walking fast, taking a different route home just in case. Every sound, every movement in the shadows sent fresh waves of fear through me. By the time I reached my building, I was shaking. I locked the door behind me, double-checked the windows, and sat in the darkness, trying to calm my breathing. I told myself it was over, that I had lost him. But deep down, I knew it wasn't true. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window made my heart jump. I felt like I was being watched, even in the safety of my own home. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't risk taking the train again. The fear lingered for days. I started taking different routes, changing my schedule, avoiding public transportation. But no matter how careful I was, the feeling never left me. Because once you realize someone is watching, truly watching, you never feel safe again. Story 30. Moving into my new apartment felt like a fresh start. The place was small but cozy, just what I needed after years of sharing spaces with roommates. I enjoyed the quiet, the feeling of independence, and the sense that, for once, I had control over my surroundings. But after a few weeks, little things started to feel off. At first, it was small details I'd brushed off as forgetfulness. My keys weren't where I thought I had left them, and my bathroom mirror had streaks as if someone had wiped it down. A few times, my closet door was slightly ajar when I swore I had shut it. I told myself I was overthinking, adjusting to a new place, and dismissed the unease curling in my stomach. Then I started noticing items slightly out of place. My toothbrush felt damp when I hadn't used it, and my laundry detergent was lower than it should have been. A pair of socks I thought were in my hamper turned up neatly folded in my drawer. It was unsettling, but I convinced myself I was just misremembering things, trying to adapt to my new routine. One night I came home from work and immediately sensed something was wrong. The air felt different, like the lingering presence of someone who had just left. The faint smell of something unfamiliar, almost like stale sweat and dust, hung in the air. My stomach twisted, but I told myself it was nothing. I checked the doors and windows, making sure everything was locked. Nothing seemed out of place at first, but as I stepped into my bedroom, a cold shiver ran down my spine. My closet door, which I always kept shut, was slightly open again. The darkness inside seemed deeper than usual, and I could feel my pulse in my ears. Swallowing my fear, I stepped closer and pulled the door fully open. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes lined up as they always were. But something was off. The smell was stronger here, and as I looked closer, I saw a small, crumpled blanket in the corner behind my hanging jackets. A plastic water bottle lay beside it, half empty. My chest tightened as the realization sank in. Someone had been living in my closet. They'd been here while I was at work, while I slept just feet away, using my things without me knowing. My stomach churned as I took a step back, heart pounding so hard I could barely think. I wanted to believe I was wrong, that I was misunderstanding what I was seeing. But then I noticed something else, a bag tucked behind my laundry basket, one I had never seen before. I hesitated, then crouched down and pulled it out. Inside were a few crumpled clothes, some food wrappers, and a phone charger. Panic surged through me as I stumbled back. Someone had been living here for weeks, unnoticed, blending into my daily life. My mind raced, trying to piece together how long this had been happening, how many times they had been just a few feet away. My hands shook as I reached for my phone. I didn't know whether they were still inside the apartment or if they had just left before I arrived. My fingers fumbled as I called the police, forcing myself to stay quiet and listen for any sounds. Every creak of the floor, every shift of the air made my skin crawl. When the police arrived, I barely remembered letting them in. I pointed them toward the closet, my voice trembling as I explained what I had found. They searched the apartment thoroughly, checking every possible hiding place. My heart nearly stopped when one of the officers called out from the hallway. Behind the air vent near the ceiling, they found more signs of someone living there. A few belongings stashed away, a makeshift hiding spot that had been cleverly concealed. The officer turned to me with a serious expression, saying whoever had been here had likely been slipping in and out unnoticed for weeks. The police questioned me about any recent break-ins or missing items, but nothing had ever been outright stolen, just used and returned as if someone was carefully maintaining the illusion that I was alone. It was a disturbing thought, one that made my skin crawl. They advised me to stay elsewhere for the night while they investigated further. I grabbed some essentials, barely able to process what was happening as I left. My mind kept replaying every strange moment, every misplaced object, every subtle sign I had ignored. I spent the night at a friend's place, too shaken to sleep. The idea that someone had been watching me, existing in my space without my knowledge, was horrifying. Every sound outside made me jump. Every shadow felt like a threat lurking in the corner. The next day, the police called with an update. They had checked security footage from the building and confirmed that a man had been sneaking in and out through the fire escape. He had likely been squatting in my closet whenever I was away, slipping out at night to avoid detection. They hadn't caught him yet, but they found fingerprints and were working on identifying him. The thought of his presence, of how close he had been to me without my knowledge, made my stomach churn. I couldn't bear the thought of returning to that apartment. Within a week, I broke my lease and moved out. The fear lingered, making it hard to trust any new space. I triple-checked every lock, every corner of every room before settling in. The idea of being watched, of someone living in my space without me knowing, never truly left me. Even now, I find myself checking my closets more than necessary. The unease never really fades, a shadow that lingers just out of sight. I had always thought of home as a safe place, but now I know better. Story 31. One night I woke up to a strange, muffled knocking sound coming from my basement. At first I thought it was just the house settling or maybe a pipe creaking. I tried to brush it off, rolling over in bed, but then the knocking grew louder, more insistent. It echoed through the walls, rhythmic and hollow, like someone was banging on the door. I pulled the covers tighter around me, trying to ignore the noise, but it only grew worse. With every thud, I could feel the floor beneath me vibrate slightly. It wasn't just some random noise. There was something deliberate about it, something purposeful. I could almost feel it calling to me, forcing me to acknowledge it. My heart began to race, and I sat up, straining to listen. The knocking had changed now, becoming faster, more frantic. It was as if whoever or whatever was down there was desperate to get out. I rubbed my eyes, trying to wake myself up fully, but the sound kept hammering away at my thoughts, pulling me out of my haze. The house was silent, except for the knocking. No other sounds, the creak of floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, nothing. It was as if the rest of the world had been muted, leaving only that unyielding, terrifying sound. I glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. What was going on in the basement? I hesitated, staring at the door leading to the basement stairs. I had lived in this house for years, and the basement had always been off limits, a place where old furniture and boxes of forgotten memories were stored. But there was no logical reason for anyone to be down there at this hour. My family was all in bed. There should have been no one, and yet the knocking continued, growing louder, more desperate. A cold shiver ran through me, and my legs felt heavy as I swung them off the bed. The knocking had stopped for a moment, as if giving me a chance to gather my courage. But then it started again, even louder this time, and it sent a chill down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath became shallow. I didn't know if I could face whatever was down there, but I knew I couldn't ignore it any longer. I grabbed the nearest flashlight from my nightstand and slowly crept toward the door to the basement. The wooden floor creaked beneath my feet with every step. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it be an animal trapped down there? Was someone playing a prank on me? Or was it something far worse? With a deep breath, I slowly opened the door. The basement stairs were pitch dark, the air musty and thick with dust. I shone the flashlight down, but it only illuminated a small section of the stairway. The rest remained cloaked in shadows. The knocking had stopped again, but I knew it wouldn't stay silent for long. I took a step down, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand. My eyes darted back and forth, scanning every corner of the basement. The house felt unnervingly still, but I could feel something in the air, an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. Every nerve in my body was screaming for me to turn back, but my feet kept moving, each step feeling heavier than the last. The knocking started again, louder now, and I froze. It sounded as though it was coming from the farthest corner of the basement, where the old storage shelves were stacked with boxes. The noise was unmistakable now, and it was almost as if it were getting closer. My heart raced in my chest as I moved the flashlight towards the source of the sound, my hand shaking uncontrollably. I reached the bottom of the stairs, my eyes scanning the room. The basement looked exactly how it always had: cold, dim, and cluttered. Nothing appeared out of place. But the knocking continued, and it was growing more frantic by the second. It was coming from behind one of the old boxes stacked near the far wall. I couldn't tell what it was. At first I thought it might be an old pipe banging against something, but this was different. It was too rhythmic, too purposeful. It wasn't random. Something or someone was trying to get my attention. My fingers tightened around the flashlight as I moved closer to the boxes. The air grew colder, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I stopped just in front of the boxes, my breath caught in my throat. The knocking had stopped once again, but the silence felt suffocating, as if it were a warning. I reached out, moving one of the boxes just enough to peer behind it. My eyes immediately went wide with horror. There, in the dark corner of the basement, was a small old door. It was barely noticeable, hidden behind the clutter of forgotten things. It had been there all along, and yet I had never seen it before. My breath caught in my throat. This was not part of the house I knew. I had never seen this door, never even noticed it. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. How had I never seen this door before? Why was it hidden away like this? The knocking started again, more urgent this time. It was coming from behind the door. It was as though whatever was on the other side was begging to be let out. I stepped back, my feet stumbling over the boxes, and my heart thudded painfully in my chest. I knew I had to make a choice. There was no logical explanation for what was happening, no reason for this door to exist, and yet the sound of desperate knocking was all too real. I turned and ran up the stairs, slamming the basement door behind me. My body shook, and I locked the door as if it would somehow keep whatever was down there from coming up. I never went back to the basement again. Story 32. I was standing in my kitchen, making a cup of coffee, when I noticed the package sitting on my doorstep. It was an ordinary brown box, no larger than a shoebox, but what struck me was that it had no return address. I thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it, assuming it was just something from an online order I had forgotten about. I grabbed it and brought it inside, setting it down on the kitchen table. I ran my fingers along the edges of the box, feeling a bit of unease as I wondered who would send something like this. I was alone at home, my husband was at work, and the kids were at school. It wasn't until I cut the tape and opened the box that I felt my heart race. Inside was an old photograph, one of my family in front of our house, but there was something wrong about it. The picture showed my family as we were, but there was something off. The image was taken through our living room window, but it wasn't one we had ever seen. The angle was too perfect, and the lighting was too exact, almost as if it had been taken from across the street, with no one visible in the frame. The most unsettling part was that the picture wasn't just a photo of us. It was a moment we had never shared, a scene we had never lived. I stared at the photo for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of it. The shot was so clear, as if someone had been standing there, right outside our home, watching us. There was no sign of how it had been taken, no shadow of a figure in the reflection of the glass. I turned the photo over, hoping for some clue as to who had sent it, but there was nothing. Just a blank back. A cold chill crept over me as I thought about the possibility of someone being outside our house, watching us without us knowing. I suddenly felt vulnerable in my own home, my thoughts racing. Had someone been in our neighborhood? Had they been watching us for weeks or worse, months? I quickly folded the picture and tucked it into the envelope it had come in, then shoved it in my drawer, hoping that would somehow make it feel less real. I tried to shake the feeling off, but it lingered, heavy in the pit of my stomach. It was just a photo after all, but why would someone send it to me? Why would they take a picture like that of my family in a moment we had never experienced? I needed to tell someone, but I didn't want to alarm my husband just yet. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence, some strange prank, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Later that afternoon, I took the kids to their extracurricular activities and tried to distract myself, but the image kept returning to my mind. When I got home, I checked the house's security system, thinking maybe there was a chance I had missed something. The cameras were all functioning properly, and there was no sign of anyone lurking outside. I was trying to convince myself that it was nothing, that I was just overreacting. But when I glanced out the window, I caught sight of something that made my heart stop. The same window that had been in the photo, the one that had captured our family's image, was open, just a little. I knew I had closed it before leaving. I rushed over to the window, my hands trembling as I reached to shut it, but my thoughts were spiraling. Had someone been inside my house? I couldn't shake the image of the photo from my mind. I couldn't wait for my husband to come home, so I called him right away. I told him everything: the package, the picture, the strange feeling that had settled in my chest. He tried to reassure me, saying it was probably just a prank, but his voice lacked the confidence it normally had. He said he would call the police when he got home, just to be sure. I nodded, feeling a little better but still uneasy. That night, after the kids went to bed, we sat in the living room, waiting for the police to arrive. The house felt unnervingly quiet, and I found myself glancing out the window, half expecting to see someone standing there, just like in the photo. The police arrived about an hour later, and I showed them the package and the photograph. They took the photo for evidence, but seemed unsure of how to proceed. The officer, a man in his 30s, asked me questions about any unusual occurrences or people I might have noticed in the neighborhood, but I couldn't think of anything that would explain the photo. I hadn't seen anyone suspicious, and nothing out of the ordinary had happened recently. He assured me they would look into it, and told me to stay vigilant, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The next few days were a blur of unease. I kept expecting to see something strange outside our windows, but nothing happened. The police kept in touch, but there were no leads, no new developments. The photograph sat on the kitchen counter, a constant reminder of the chilling feeling I couldn't escape. Then, a week later, another package arrived. It was the same size, the same plain brown wrapping with no return address. My breath caught in my throat when I saw it, and I couldn't bring myself to open it immediately. My husband was home this time, and we both stood there in the hallway, staring at the package. Finally, I ripped it open, unable to wait any longer. Inside, there was another photograph. This time, it was a picture of our backyard, taken at night. The odd thing was, I could see a faint figure standing near the back fence, just barely visible in the shadows. The figure was wearing dark clothing, their face hidden in the darkness. There was no note this time, no message. Just the photo. I couldn't breathe as I stared at the image. The feeling of being watched, of being tracked, was now undeniable. Whoever was behind this wasn't going away. The police had no answers, and I was left alone, trapped in my own home, haunted by a presence I couldn't understand. Story 33. I stayed at my friend Anna's house for the weekend, excited to catch up and enjoy some time away from the usual routine. Her house was an old farmhouse, tucked away in a quiet part of town, surrounded by fields that stretched out to the horizon. The place had a certain charm to it, the kind of rustic, welcoming feel that made you feel like you could truly relax. The first night, after a long day of chatting and watching movies, I retired to the guest bedroom she had set up for me. It was cozy, with old wooden furniture and a thick quilt draped across the bed. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting soft shadows across the room, and I quickly drifted into sleep. But just as I was beginning to doze off, I heard it. A soft, almost inaudible whisper, as if someone was speaking right next to my ear. I sat up, my heart racing. The room was empty, and the house was still. I tried to brush it off, thinking it was just my imagination, maybe the wind or the house settling. I lay back down, convinced I was just being paranoid. The second night was much the same. After another evening spent with Anna, I headed to bed, exhausted but still slightly on edge. The whisper came again, just as I was on the verge of sleep. This time it was clearer, my name, spoken with a soft but unmistakable urgency. Emily. My eyes snapped open, my body frozen with a strange mixture of fear and curiosity. There was no one in the room. The house was silent again, except for the distant sound of wind rustling through the trees outside. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it was just the house, or the settling of the old beams, or the fact that I was staying in an unfamiliar place. I tried to convince myself that I had just been hearing things, that it was all in my head. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Who was whispering my name, and why? By the third night, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. When Anna invited me to join her for dinner, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. I wasn't alone in the house, and I could focus on something else for a while. But as the evening wore on and the darkness crept in, the feeling returned. I couldn't escape it, no matter how much I tried to ignore it. That night, as I lay in bed once again, the whisper came again, but this time it was different. It wasn't just my name, but a question, "Do you see me?" My breath caught in my throat. The voice sounded so close, so real, like it was right beside me. I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest. But the room was still empty. The shadows in the corners seemed to grow darker, stretching as if they were reaching out toward me. I couldn't stand it anymore. The whispering had become unbearable, and I needed to know what was going on. I decided to ask Anna about it the next morning, hoping she could offer some explanation. Maybe there was something about the house that I didn't know, some odd quirk I hadn't noticed. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I couldn't ignore what was happening. Over breakfast, I finally brought it up. "Anna," I began hesitantly, "I've been hearing something strange at night. Every time I try to sleep, I hear someone whisper my name." I watched her closely, looking for any sign that she knew something I didn't. But she just stared at me, her expression unreadable. She took a sip of her coffee, then looked me in the eye and said, "No one ever whispers here." I was taken aback. Her calm response sent a chill through me. If she wasn't concerned, maybe I was just imagining things, but something about her tone made me feel like I wasn't being told the whole truth. "Are you sure?" I pressed, trying to gauge her reaction. "Maybe you've heard it too, or maybe it's just the house settling." Anna shook her head, her face unreadable. "I've lived here my whole life, Emily. I've never heard anything like that. It's probably just the house, or maybe you're hearing things from outside. There's nothing here." But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was hiding something. Her calm demeanor didn't match the growing unease I felt in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to push her further, so I nodded and tried to dismiss the conversation. But that night, I lay awake in bed once more, dreading the inevitable whisper. When the whisper came again, this time it was clearer than ever. "I'm waiting for you." The voice was low and insistent, as if it had been waiting for me to hear it all along. My body went rigid with terror. I felt a cold draft sweep through the room, even though the windows were closed. I turned on the bedside lamp, hoping to chase away the creeping dread that had taken root in my chest. I couldn't stay in the room any longer. I grabbed my blanket and pillow, and with shaking hands, I made my way down the hall to Anna's room. I knocked quietly on her door, my breath coming in shallow gasps. When she opened it, I barely spoke, just pointing to the guest room and whispering, "I can't stay there anymore. Please." Anna looked at me with a confused expression but didn't argue. She led me to her bed, and I climbed in, trying to calm my racing heart. That night, I finally managed to fall into an exhausted sleep, but the feeling of being watched never left me. In the morning, Anna seemed distant, and the house felt different, like something had changed overnight. I couldn't stay another night. I made an excuse to leave early, but as I packed my things, I couldn't help but notice something odd on the dresser in the guest room. There, tucked under a piece of paper, was an old photograph of Anna and a person I didn't recognize. They were standing together in front of the house, their faces blurred. But the strangest thing was the shadowy figure standing behind them, its face hidden in the darkness. I left as quickly as I could, the feeling of being watched lingering long after I drove away. Something in Anna's house had never felt right, and I wasn't sure if I would ever fully understand what I had experienced there. Story 34. I found an old journal while cleaning out my attic, tucked beneath a pile of dusty boxes. It looked ancient, the leather cover cracked and faded, and the pages yellowed with age. The name on the inside cover read Margaret Sinclair, but I had never heard of her. I wasn't sure why I felt compelled to open it, but something about it seemed to pull me in. The first few pages contained mundane entries, describing daily life in the house, much like any ordinary journal. Margaret wrote about moving in, settling into the old house, and the quiet neighborhood around her. But as I turned further into the journal, the tone shifted, becoming darker, more urgent. Margaret began to describe strange occurrences. At first, it was the sound of footsteps at night, echoing through the hallways when no one else was home. She mentioned flickering lights and objects that seemed to move on their own, though she often chalked it up to the house being old and creaky. But the journal entries quickly became more unsettling as the events grew more frequent and bizarre. The entries started to talk about shadows that weren't cast by any light source, moving in the corner of her vision. Margaret wrote about waking up in the middle of the night, hearing whispers in a language she couldn't understand. It seemed like the deeper she got into her time in the house, the more she became consumed by whatever was lurking there. The entry that chilled me the most was one from near the end. Margaret described seeing a figure standing at the foot of her bed, tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to stare right through her. She wrote that it never spoke, but its presence was overwhelming, as though it were trying to communicate something dark. She had written that she tried to leave, but something stopped her, holding her in place as though the house itself had a claim on her. I felt a lump form in my throat as I read the words, my mind racing. Some of the things Margaret had written about were eerily similar to what I had been experiencing. The footsteps, the flickering lights, the feeling of being watched. I had written those off as the usual quirks of an old house, but now I wasn't so sure. One night, after I had settled into bed, I heard a faint tapping on the walls. It was subtle, almost like the sound of fingernails brushing against the surface, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. I dismissed it as the house settling, but as the tapping continued, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I had been living in the house for months, and it hadn't felt like this before. The next night, I noticed something else, something that had never happened before. I was in the kitchen, standing by the counter, when I saw a shadow in the corner of my eye. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. It wasn't the kind of shadow cast by the light, but one that seemed to move on its own. It was as though something was hiding in the corners of my home, watching me. The following day, I decided to go through the rest of Margaret's journal. The entries grew more desperate as she wrote about a sense of being trapped in the house, unable to leave no matter how hard she tried. She spoke of a force that seemed to keep her there, an invisible grip that held her in place. Her words became frantic, scribbled in haste as though she were trying to escape something she couldn't describe. I couldn't help but notice that the dates on the journal entries were becoming more recent. Some of them were only a few months old, and I realized that Margaret hadn't just been a previous tenant. She had lived in the house only a few years before I had moved in. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I wondered if she had experienced the same things I had. I had moved in after she had left, but it seemed like her presence, or whatever she had uncovered, still lingered in the house. That night, the whispers returned. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, when I heard them, soft, unintelligible whispers, just at the edge of hearing. It felt as though they were coming from the walls themselves, as if the house was trying to speak to me. I pulled the covers over my head, hoping to block out the sound, but it only seemed to grow louder. I pulled the journal from my desk drawer, hoping to find more answers, but the last entry was the most horrifying of all. Margaret had written about how she finally decided to confront whatever was haunting her. She had ventured into the basement, where she believed the source of the disturbances was located. The entry ended abruptly, with a single sentence: "I can feel it breathing, waiting for me." I couldn't stop the cold sweat that spread across my skin as I read those words. I knew the basement was where the noises had started for me as well. It was the place I felt most uneasy, as though something was lurking just beyond the reach of my sight. I had avoided it for weeks, telling myself it was just a storage area, but now, after reading Margaret's journal, I wasn't sure if I could ignore it any longer. That night, I ventured into the basement, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was thick with dust and the smell of old wood, and the dim light from the lone bulb overhead flickered. As I stood at the bottom of the stairs, I thought I saw something move in the corner of the room. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I couldn't move. I didn't want to go further, but I couldn't leave either. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming, suffocating. Slowly, I stepped forward, my feet crunching against the old floorboards. The darkness seemed to press in on me, and the shadows moved, just like they had in the journal. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. A figure, tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes, standing just behind me. My heart raced, and I ran up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me. I knew then that Margaret's journal was more than just a collection of old memories. It was a warning. Story 35. I worked the night shift at a convenience store, and every night, an older man would come in and stand by the coffee machine for hours, staring at me without speaking. It wasn't like he was doing anything else. He would shuffle in, his coat too big for him, his eyes sunken and pale under the harsh fluorescent lights. Sometimes he'd pick up a pack of cigarettes or a bag of chips, but he always seemed to be more interested in watching me than in what he bought. At first I thought nothing of it. Some people just needed a place to hang out, right? The store was open 24/7, and I was used to the oddball customers who came in at all hours of the night. But there was something about the old man that unsettled me. His gaze wasn't just casual, it was intense, like he was trying to figure something out about me, or maybe about the store, though I couldn't say what it was. The man never spoke, not once. Even when I greeted him, he would only nod slightly or give a small grunt, but never a word. I'd offer him coffee, but he'd only stare at the steaming cup before walking away without saying anything. His presence was silent, but it was loud in its own way. It made the empty store feel even more alone, as if the walls were closing in around me. Each night, I'd watch the clock tick by, and there he'd be, leaning against the counter by the coffee machine, his thin hands clasped in front of him. He never seemed to need anything more than the simple act of standing there. I'd move around the store, tidying up or restocking shelves, but I always felt his eyes on me. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just a part of the job, but it started to wear on me after a while. One evening, about 2 weeks into his nightly visits, I noticed something strange. The man wasn't there when I first walked into the store. It was just like any other shift, quiet and dark. I thought maybe he decided to skip his usual routine, but as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It was about 2 a.m. when the bell above the door jingled, signaling someone's entrance. I turned, and there he was, standing in the doorway, his eyes locking onto mine the moment I looked up. This time, though, something was different. His face, which was usually expressionless, seemed strained. He looked tired, like he hadn't slept in days. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as he walked past me and over to the coffee machine, just as he always did. But something about his presence tonight felt heavier, like a dark cloud had followed him in. For the next hour, I couldn't help but watch him. His gaze hadn't left me, and it felt almost like he was waiting for something to happen. I tried to push the feeling down, but the air in the store felt thick with anticipation, as if something was about to break the silence between us. It was then that I noticed something I hadn't before: a small, almost imperceptible mark on the back of his hand. It looked like a faded scar, something that might have been there for years, but it seemed out of place. Around 3 a.m., the man stood up and slowly made his way toward the door. I froze, watching him move in the quiet of the store. He stopped just before the exit, and for the first time in all the nights he'd been coming in, he turned and looked directly at me. His gaze wasn't vacant, like it usually was. There was something in his eyes, a look I couldn't quite place. Fear, relief, I couldn't tell, but it made my heart race. Then, without saying a word, he left, and the bell above the door chimed again. I didn't think much of it at first, but that night, I had trouble sleeping. The image of his eyes staring at me without blinking lingered in my mind. The next few nights passed uneventfully, but the man's visits continued. He'd show up at the same time each night, drink his coffee in silence, and leave without a word. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head. Maybe he was just a lonely old man with nowhere else to go. But it didn't explain why every time he walked out, I felt like something had changed in the air. Then, about a month into his visits, something happened that I couldn't ignore. I was in the back room, checking inventory, when I heard the bell above the door ring. I didn't think much of it. Customers came and went, and I'd gotten used to the sound. But when I came out from the back, I saw that the old man was standing right in front of the counter. His back was to me, and he was staring at the shelf of magazines on the wall. I froze. I knew he hadn't come in when I was in the back. He had been standing there for at least a minute, motionless. How had he gotten in? I tried to shake it off, but the uneasy feeling in my stomach only grew stronger. I walked up to the counter, and the old man turned slowly to face me. His expression was different now, his eyes wide, his face pale, like he was no longer the man I had seen every other night. He opened his mouth, and for the first time he spoke. "You've seen them too, haven't you?" he whispered, his voice raspy, like he hadn't spoken in years. His words hit me like a wave. I didn't know what to say. My mouth went dry as I looked into his wide, desperate eyes. But before I could answer, he turned quickly and left the store, the door slamming behind him. I stood there frozen, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The rest of the night was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything. My mind was racing, trying to understand the man's words. What had he meant? What had he seen? I never saw him again after that night. Story 36. I thought I was alone in my house that evening, enjoying the quiet of a long day off. The sun had set, and the house felt peaceful, the soft hum of the refrigerator the only sound. I settled onto the couch, flipping through a book one had been meaning to finish, trying to unwind after a busy week. It was a typical evening, nothing out of the ordinary, or so I thought. As I relaxed into the rhythm of reading, the floorboards upstairs creaked. It wasn't the usual sounds of the house settling, but the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate. My heart skipped a beat. I had checked all the rooms earlier, and I was certain I was the only one in the house. Could I have missed something? I stood up cautiously, my book forgotten in my lap. The house felt heavier now, the air thick with an unsettling tension. I called out, expecting maybe a friend or family member to respond, but no one did. The footsteps continued, slow and measured, as if someone was walking in a deliberate, quiet manner, trying not to be heard. I made my way upstairs, every step I took feeling heavier, my pulse quickening. There was a faint smell of something unfamiliar in the air, but I couldn't place it. Reaching the top of the stairs, I paused, listening intently. The footsteps had stopped. My breath caught in my throat as I cautiously checked each room. Everything appeared normal, nothing was out of place, no one was there. Still unsure of what I had heard, I checked the attic door at the end of the hall. It was closed, locked. I hesitated for a moment, but then reasoned that it was probably nothing, just the house making odd noises. I decided to put it out of my mind, thinking that maybe I had imagined the whole thing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Later that evening, as I tried to relax, my mind kept wandering back to the footsteps. I could still hear them in my mind, echoing through the hallways. My curiosity grew, and after a restless hour of pacing, I decided to check the attic one more time. I grabbed a flashlight and approached the attic door, my hand shaking as I turned the handle. The door creaked open, but the space beyond was dark, empty. I hesitated before stepping into the attic, shining the flashlight around. It was just an old storage area filled with boxes, unused furniture, and forgotten keepsakes. I moved through the clutter, peering into corners and under old sheets, but there was nothing to explain the footsteps I had heard. I started to feel foolish for having been so paranoid. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept hearing soft scratching sounds from above. It was subtle, almost as if something or someone was moving around quietly in the attic. I couldn't tell if it was the house settling again or something more. Sleep eluded me as I stared up at the ceiling, straining to hear over the rhythmic beating of my heart. The next morning, I decided to investigate further. I felt a growing need to understand what was happening in my house. I climbed up to the attic once again, this time more determined. As I opened the door, I shone the flashlight around, searching for anything unusual. My eyes were drawn to a stack of old boxes near the far wall, boxes I had never noticed before. I walked over to them, cautiously lifting one box off the pile. My breath caught in my throat when I noticed something peculiar, a set of fresh footprints in the dust on the floor, leading toward the corner of the attic. The prints were small, faint, but unmistakable. Someone had been walking up here recently. I looked closer, my stomach turning. There, in the shadows, was a makeshift bed of old blankets and pillows, hidden behind some furniture. Panic began to rise within me. My mind raced. Had someone been living up here? I couldn't believe it. I had never seen or heard anything suspicious until the night before. I felt my hands trembling as I moved toward the bed. The blankets were rumpled, as if someone had been lying there not long ago. The air felt colder now, thicker, as though the attic itself was holding its breath. I quickly ran down to the main floor, my heart pounding in my chest. I called the police, trying to explain as coherently as I could what I had found. They assured me that they would send someone over right away. I felt a wave of relief and dread all at once. The thought of someone hiding in my attic for days was terrifying, but at least I wouldn't have to face it alone anymore. Within the hour, a couple of officers arrived, their boots echoing in the silence of the house. I led them to the attic, pointing to the footprints and the makeshift bed. They took note of everything, their expressions serious. One officer moved cautiously around the room, looking for any signs of recent activity, while the other examined the rest of the house. I stood by, watching, barely able to keep still. The officers eventually found something, an old, discarded backpack tucked under a pile of boxes. Inside were a few personal items, clothes, toiletries, and a journal. The journal was filled with pages of rambling writing, mostly about someone waiting and watching. I felt a chill run down my spine. Someone had been living up there, silently observing me, for who knows how long. I shuddered at the thought, the reality of the situation sinking in. The officers took everything, and as they left, they assured me they would investigate further. They suggested that I stay somewhere else for the night, just to be safe. I couldn't imagine staying in the house alone anymore. As they drove off, I stood at the doorstep, staring at the empty house behind me. The thought that someone had been hiding in my attic, watching me, made my skin crawl. I never did find out who had been living in my attic, or why. The police investigated further, but they never found any concrete answers. I sold the house shortly after the incident, unable to shake the sense of unease that lingered. I still think about it sometimes, especially when I hear footsteps late at night. The memory of those quiet steps creeping through my home still haunts me. Story 37. I was staying at an Airbnb, excited for a quiet weekend away from my usual hectic routine. The small cottage seemed perfect, a peaceful getaway with cozy rooms and a beautiful garden. I had been looking forward to the solitude, the opportunity to recharge after a long stretch of work, and I'd found the place online with glowing reviews. The owner had been polite and responsive, giving me all the details I needed to settle in. The first night was calm. I enjoyed a quiet dinner, took a long bath, and read a book before going to bed. The bathroom was small but well kept, with rustic charm and a large mirror that reflected the dim light from the vintage fixtures. It was the kind of place that made you feel at ease, the kind of place where you could truly relax and let go of everything that weighed on you. The next morning, after a restful sleep, I decided to take a shower. The bathroom was a bit cramped, but it had everything I needed. As I reached for the towel on the shelf, something caught my eye, a tiny black dot on the corner of the bathroom mirror. It looked like a small camera lens, and my stomach dropped. I stepped closer to get a better look, my heart pounding in my chest. There, nestled among the vintage decor, was an obvious hidden camera. I froze, my mind racing as I tried to process what I was seeing. The camera was well hidden, almost cleverly disguised, but it was unmistakable. It wasn't one of those tiny, innocuous gadgets you might find in electronics stores. It was clearly a surveillance camera, installed with intent. My first thought was to immediately leave, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. I stood there, staring at the lens, horrified by the realization that the owner of the property had been watching me the entire time. My mind was in a blur. How long had it been there? How many times had I been unknowingly recorded? The thought sent a chill down my spine, and my stomach churned. I had no idea what to do next, but I knew I couldn't stay another moment in that bathroom. I rushed out, my pulse racing, my hands trembling as I grabbed my phone to call the police. But before I could dial, another thought struck me. What if there were more cameras? What if the entire house had been rigged with hidden surveillance? My hands shook as I walked through the cottage, looking for anything else that might give me more answers. The living room, the kitchen, even the bedroom all felt perfectly normal. But every time I looked at something, every corner, every shelf, every seemingly ordinary item, doubt crept into my mind. Was there another camera hidden somewhere, watching my every move? I quickly gathered my things, no longer able to feel safe in the house. As I packed, I tried to focus, trying not to let panic take over. My thoughts kept spinning, imagining all the ways the owner could have been tracking me. What had I done in front of that camera? Was there footage of me, perhaps intimate or embarrassing moments stored away somewhere for the owner to watch later? I rushed to the front door, grabbed my things, and locked the cottage behind me. My car was parked in the driveway, but I couldn't leave just yet. I had to gather my thoughts. I sat in my car for a few minutes, staring at the cottage, trying to calm myself. It felt like I was suffocating, trapped in a nightmare that felt all too real. I tried to think rationally. What was my next step? Should I confront the owner? Should I call the police? I decided to send a message to the owner first, trying to stay calm but also trying to get some clarity on what was happening. My fingers hesitated over the keyboard as I typed, my emotions running high. I asked if there was anything unusual about the bathroom, or if they were aware of any issues with privacy. I sent the message but didn't wait for a reply. Instead, I quickly checked the car to make sure I had everything, then started it up and left the driveway, heading straight for the nearest police station. I had only driven a short distance when my phone buzzed. It was a message from the Airbnb owner. The response was casual, almost too casual. Sorry for the inconvenience. We've had issues with the plumbing. It's all fine now. No mention of the camera. no apology for the breach of privacy. That's when I knew. I didn't need any more proof. The response alone confirmed that something was deeply wrong. I felt the blood drain from my face, and my hands gripped the steering wheel tighter. I arrived at the police station, walked straight up to the desk, and explained everything. They took my statement and told me they would investigate. I was asked to stay in the area for a while in case they needed more details. The officers were sympathetic, but the whole situation felt surreal. How could someone do something like this? How could someone invade the privacy of a guest in such a deliberate way? The police investigation revealed that the owner had been operating several Airbnb properties in the area. They also found that this was not the first time a similar complaint had been made about surveillance devices in their rentals. The authorities were able to gather evidence that confirmed my worst fear. There were cameras installed in several parts of the house. The owner was arrested and charged with multiple offenses, and they later admitted to secretly recording guests for personal gain. The realization hit me hard. Someone had been watching me, had been watching others in the same way, all without our knowledge. It was terrifying to think about how vulnerable we all were in those situations, how easily our privacy could be violated. In the weeks that followed, I filed for a full refund, but the experience left me shaken. I couldn't help but think about how easy it had been for the owner to hide the cameras, how trusting I had been, and how vulnerable I had made myself by staying in that house. Even now, whenever I book a new place, I find myself checking every corner, every surface, to make sure I'm truly alone. The feeling of being watched is one that never truly leaves you once you've experienced it. Story 38. I was walking through the city at night when I was approached by a woman who seemed to know everything about me, my name, where I worked, and even where I'd been earlier that day. It was a cool, quiet evening, the kind where the streets feel empty, save for the occasional car passing by. The woman emerged from the shadows of a nearby alley, her appearance startling and uninvited. She was tall, wearing a dark coat that swept around her like a cloak, and her eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "You're John, right?" she asked, her voice soft yet eerily familiar. She didn't wait for me to confirm before continuing. "You work at the small office on 5th Street. You took the subway today, didn't you?" I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. There was no way she could know all of this, especially without having seen me at any point during the day. I hadn't even mentioned my name to anyone in the area that I could recall. The confusion washed over me as I tried to make sense of what was happening. I stepped back, instinctively putting some distance between us, but she matched my movements, closing the gap with each step I took. It wasn't until she spoke again that I realized her knowledge went deeper than just surface-level details. "You met with someone earlier, didn't you? Someone you didn't expect to see." Her words were laced with an unsettling certainty, as though she were reading from a script only I knew. My mind raced. Who was she, and how did she know these things? I tried to shake off the unease creeping through me, forcing myself to remain calm. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice shaky but firm. The woman smiled slightly, though it didn't reach her eyes. "That's not important," she said cryptically. "What matters is that you're not alone in this city, John. You never were, and you never will be." The words hung in the air, charged with an ominous energy. Her tone wasn't threatening, but there was something undeniably unsettling about the way she spoke. It felt like she was trying to pull me into something bigger than just a random encounter on a dark street. I swallowed hard, trying to find my voice. "What do you want from me?" I demanded. The woman took a step closer, her face now only inches away from mine. "I'm not here to hurt you," she said, almost soothingly. But there are people who will, and they're watching you right now. I turned my head quickly, scanning the area, but there was nothing, no one in sight. The streets were as empty as they had been when I first walked out, save for a distant street lamp casting a pale glow on the sidewalk. A cold feeling settled over me as I realized that despite the quiet surroundings, it didn't feel empty at all. The woman had already taken a step back, watching me closely. "You've noticed them, haven't you?" she asked, her voice quieter now. I blinked, trying to process what she was saying. "Who?" I asked, my words barely a whisper. "The eyes," she replied. "The ones that follow you when you're alone. They're closer than you think." My stomach churned, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The sensation of being watched wasn't new, but hearing it so plainly from her made it all the more real. I couldn't bring myself to speak as she continued to stare at me, her expression unreadable. The woman shifted slightly, taking another step back, but this time there was a softness in her gaze. "Don't worry, John," she said, her voice carrying a strange sense of finality. "You're not as alone as you think. There are others who know what you know, who see what you see. They're out there." Her words were cryptic, but the implication was clear. There was something much larger at play, something far beyond the confines of my simple, ordinary life. Suddenly, I felt a cold gust of wind, and the woman was gone. Just like that, she had disappeared into the shadows, leaving me standing there, alone in the dark. My thoughts swirled in a disorienting fog, unable to make sense of the encounter. Had it all been a figment of my imagination? Had I just met a strange person who had somehow learned a few things about me? Or had something far more sinister just begun? I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. The woman's words echoed in my ears, the warning she had left me hanging heavy in the air. She had been so sure of everything, so certain of things I hadn't even told anyone. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, something beyond the ordinary was happening, and I had no idea how deep it went. My feet moved almost involuntarily, carrying me down the street, away from the spot where I had encountered the woman. Every shadow seemed to stretch further. Every corner felt like it hid something waiting to leap out at me. I had to keep moving, had to get home, had to find some sense of safety. But even as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, that those eyes were still there, lurking in the dark, waiting for me to slip up. As I turned the corner toward my apartment, the weight of the woman's words settled like a stone in my chest. "You're not alone in this city." I didn't know what that meant or what had just happened, but I knew one thing for certain: I would never walk these streets the same way again. The silence of the city had always been comforting before, but now it felt suffocating. It was as if the city itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. And I had a horrible feeling that something, whatever it was, had already begun. Story 39. I was home alone on a quiet afternoon, the kind of stillness that made every little sound seem louder. I had been sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when I heard it knocking. Not the kind of casual knock you might expect from a visitor, but sharp, deliberate taps coming from the back door. It was strange because I wasn't expecting anyone, and the backyard was empty, hidden from view by tall hedges. I got up, curious but cautious. My heart beat a little faster as I approached the door. The knocking continued, 3 sharp raps, almost demanding my attention. I slowly reached for the doorknob, but as I did, the knocking suddenly stopped. I hesitated, my hand lingering in midair. I peered through the small window in the door, but all I saw was the empty porch. No one was there. My first instinct was to call out, to ask if anyone was there, but something told me that might make it worse. I stepped back from the door, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was some kids playing a prank, or perhaps it was an animal knocking against the door. But the more I thought about it, the more the situation felt wrong. I glanced back at the door, making sure I hadn't missed something. Still unsettled, I decided to let it go and go back inside. I turned away from the door, feeling an odd tension in the air. The house was silent, except for the sound of my footsteps on the wooden floor. But just as I was about to walk back into the living room, I froze. There, standing just beyond the window, was a figure. I could barely make out the shape through the glass. The figure was tall and thin, standing perfectly still in the exact spot where the light from the street lamp should have cast a shadow. My heart lurched in my chest, and I instinctively took a step back. It wasn't someone I recognized, and they weren't moving, just standing there, looking inside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor or someone passing by who had stopped to look in for some reason. But deep down, I knew it wasn't normal. There was something off about the stillness of the figure, as though it didn't belong. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and a cold shiver ran through me. I slowly approached the window, my eyes never leaving the shape. It was too dark to make out any specific features, but I could tell it was wearing something dark, possibly a jacket or a hoodie. The figure seemed to be facing directly at me, though I couldn't see its face. It was as if it were waiting for me to move, to do something. My first impulse was to call someone, maybe a friend or family member, but I didn't want to take my eyes off the figure. I turned around, grabbing my phone from the couch, my hand shaking as I unlocked it. But when I looked back to the window, the figure was gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement, just empty space where it had been standing. I stood frozen for a moment, the phone still in my hand. What just happened? Where did it go? It didn't make sense. I looked out the window into the yard, but there was nothing, no sign of anyone or anything out of place. I walked toward the window slowly, every step heavy with dread. There was no way it could have just disappeared so quickly. It was as if it had melted into the shadows. A knot formed in my stomach as I realized how vulnerable I felt. The house was still and silent, but my mind was racing. I checked all the doors and windows again, making sure they were locked. Each click of the lock seemed to echo louder than the last. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still out there, watching me. I debated whether to leave the house, to call someone for help, but I didn't know who to trust. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I stepped outside, I might find the figure waiting for me in the dark. I spent the next few minutes pacing around, trying to distract myself from the overwhelming anxiety that had taken over. Then, as I stood in the middle of the room, the knocking started again. This time it was louder, faster. 3 knocks, rapid fire, followed by silence. I jumped, my heart skipping a beat, and rushed to the back door. My mind raced, but when I peeked through the window, there was no one there, just the empty porch. I opened the door cautiously, feeling the cool breeze against my face. I scanned the yard, the night air thick with tension. No one was in sight. I stepped outside, the gravel crunching underfoot, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling with every step. My eyes darted back and forth, searching the shadows for any sign of movement. The air felt heavier now, as though something was waiting just out of sight. The knocking came again. But this time it wasn't from the back door. It was from the front of the house. I froze in place. My stomach twisted into a knot as panic took hold. There was no way anyone could have moved so quickly, especially without making a sound. My mind raced with all the terrible possibilities, each one worse than the last. I turned back toward the house, fear bubbling inside me like a rising tide. Suddenly, I realized that it wasn't just the knocking that was unsettling. It was the feeling that someone was inside my house, that they had been there for longer than I realized. I didn't know how I knew, but the thought filled me with dread. It wasn't just someone outside anymore, it was something much worse. I rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. My hands trembled as I fumbled for my phone again. I didn't know who to call, but I had to do something. The figure, the knocking, the unease, it was all too much. Something was wrong, and I needed help. Story 40. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend, just me, nature, and the quiet solitude of the forest. I set up my tent by a small, serene lake surrounded by tall trees and the faint scent of pine. As evening fell, I built a campfire and watched the flames dance, listening to the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. The night was calm, and I eventually crawled into my tent, zipping it shut and settling in for the night. The quiet of the woods was both comforting and eerie in its stillness, the only sounds the chirping of crickets and the distant call of an owl. I drifted off to sleep, feeling the weight of the day's hike in my muscles, but my rest didn't last long. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. At first I thought it was another camper, maybe someone taking a midnight walk or checking on their fire. The sound was unmistakable, crunching leaves beneath heavy boots. My heart began to race, but I told myself it was nothing to worry about. I lay still, trying to listen for any other sounds, wondering if I had imagined it. But the footsteps continued, stepping closer to the entrance of my tent, then moving around to the other side. I tried to ignore the growing sense of unease in my chest, hoping it was just a fellow camper who hadn't thought to be quiet. But the footsteps didn't stop, they kept circling, never stopping for too long in one place. Curiosity mixed with fear, and I slowly unzipped the tent flap just a crack. I peered outside, expecting to see someone's flashlight or the outline of a person walking in the distance. But there was nothing. The campsite was completely still, the fire long extinguished, and no signs of life anywhere around me. I hesitated, trying to calm my nerves. Had I imagined it? I strained my ears, listening intently. The footsteps had stopped, but the air felt unnervingly heavy. The stillness of the forest pressed in on me. I told myself that it was probably just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon wandering through the camp. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. A chill ran down my spine as I lay back down, pulling the sleeping bag tighter around me. The quiet seemed even deeper now, as if the entire forest had fallen asleep at once. The footsteps hadn't resumed, but I couldn't forget the sound. My mind raced, conjuring all sorts of scenarios. What if someone was out there, waiting for me to let my guard down? What if they were trying to sneak up on me? I stayed awake for hours, listening for anything unusual, but the only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. I kept the flashlight within reach, just in case. My thoughts kept circling back to the footsteps. I kept telling myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When the first light of dawn finally broke, I felt a sense of relief. The woods looked different in the daylight, calmer, less threatening. I crawled out of the tent, stretching stiff limbs, and looked around the campsite. There was no sign of anyone nearby, no footsteps in the dirt, no disturbances around my tent. Everything appeared perfectly normal. I stood still for a moment, trying to process what had happened. Had I been dreaming? The memory of the footsteps felt too vivid to be a dream, yet the absence of any trace of another person made it seem impossible. I checked the area around my tent again, running my hands over the ground, but there was nothing. No sign that anyone had been there. As I packed up my gear, I tried to convince myself that it had been an animal, that I had overreacted in the dark of night. Maybe the sound I heard was just a wild animal moving through the underbrush, and my mind had twisted it into something more sinister. But even as I packed away my tent, I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something had been out there, something that wasn't an animal. I decided to finish my trip early. I wasn't sure why, but I felt a growing sense of urgency to leave. The woods, once peaceful and inviting, now felt oppressive and unnervingly quiet. As I walked back to my car, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something emerge from the trees. But the trail was empty, the only sounds my footsteps crunching on the forest floor. As I reached my car, I glanced around once more. Everything looked normal, but the sense of unease lingered in the pit of my stomach. I told myself that I was being paranoid, that nothing unusual had happened. But as I drove away from the campsite, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there in the dark, just out of sight. The further I got from the forest, the more I tried to push the thoughts from my mind. I had gone camping many times before, and nothing like this had ever happened. I had to remind myself that I was being irrational, that I was letting my imagination get the best of me. But every time I thought back to the footsteps circling my tent, a chill ran through me. It wasn't until I got home that I finally let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The quiet of my apartment was a relief, but the memory of that night stuck with me. I couldn't stop thinking about the footsteps, the way they circled my tent, the way I never saw anyone. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I haven't been back to that campsite since. Even though the logical part of my mind tells me it was nothing, that I was just scared in the dark, I can't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching me. Every time I go camping now, I find myself listening a little more carefully, checking my surroundings a little more thoroughly. I never want to feel that uneasy again. But I can't forget the sound of those footsteps, and I can't forget the feeling that I wasn't alone that night.